Hey, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to Council Chambers on this beautiful Monday, the 27th. And what a time of year it is. It's the end of November, and we have very limited snow on the ground, and the weather is still nice. I think I'm looking forward to this Friday when we have our Christmas light up on December 1st. The temperature is about -3 to 4, so it's going to be a lot nicer than the -27 that we had last year. So hopefully we'll see everybody out there to light up the main street and get ready for the Christmas season. Members of council, there is agenda before you. Just an FYI, there was a memorandum that was sent out a little bit earlier. It's on your desk, and it has to deal with bylaw 8.1 in terms of user fees and charges. At the most recent Aero Utilities meeting that happened on November 24th, the fees and charges were passed, and that was different than the fees and charges that they had kind of earmarked to us earlier. So there needs to be adjustment if council chooses to do so. So the motion to accept the agenda will be as amended. Deputy Mayor?
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. The Town Council adopt the November 27th, 2023 regular council meeting agenda as amended.
Okay, thank you. Administration, anything to add?
Nothing further, Your Worship.
Okay. Members of council, I'll call the question. All in favor? That's carried. Moving on to number 3 of our agenda is the public input session. This is the time that we allow residents to address council on anything that's not on the current agenda. Administration, has anybody registered?
Through Your Worship, no one has registered for the public input session tonight.
Okay. Does anybody in the gallery like to speak to council on anything that's not on the current agenda? Okay, see none. Move on to number 4, which is presentations and delegations. We have nothing scheduled tonight. So move on to number 5, which is statutory public hearings. We have nothing registered for tonight as well. So moving on to the adoption of council minutes, 6.1 and 6.2, the corporate plan meeting from November 6th, 7th, and 8th, and also the RCM of November 14th. Councillor Anderson, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll move that Town Council approve the November 6th to 8th, 2023 Corporate Plan Council meeting minutes and the November 14th, 2023 regular council meeting minutes as presented.
Okay, thank you very much. Members of council, you had opportunity to read those. Any errors or omissions? Deputy Mayor?
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. I'm just trying to find it, but there was a vote regarding passes. I believe I'm just looking at it right now. Fire Services Destination Youth Transit Initiative 12.16 on page
13.
13, thank you. It says carry unanimously. I was the dissenting vote on that one.
That is correct. It was the vote that I registered was 6-1.
Through Your Worship, we will make that change and correct the minutes.
Okay, thank you. Members of council, any other errors or omissions on the corporate plan minutes or the RCM of November 14th? Okay, I did not see any either besides that one, so I'll call the question. All in favor? And that is carried. Okay, move on to number 7, which is their council boards and committee minutes for Cultural Roundtable September 20th and the Growth and Commerce Committee from September 26th. Councillor Hansard?
Your Worship, I move that Town Council receive the council board and committee minutes for information.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Hansard. Members of council, you had the opportunity to read through the minutes. Any questions or comments to the council appointees that represent our town on those committees? Okay, see none. Call the question. All in favor? And that's carried. Okay, moving on to 8.1. And this is the bylaw for user fees and charges. That's based on the corporate plan meetings that we had on November 6th, 7th, and 8th. And maybe if administration can touch on the memo first before we start. Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just touching on the amendment. So subsequent to publishing this bylaw, new information was made available regarding the wastewater cost from Aero Utilities, which is formerly Alberta Capital Regional Wastewater Commission. As a result, administration has prepared the memo provided to council, of which I will walk through. The cost of the commodity has increased by 12 cents per cubic meter. As a result, we have provided 3 options before council for decision. The first option would be to amend the bylaw and increase the wastewater rate to users from $3.60 to $3.73 to cover the necessary costs. The second option would be to maintain the rate as presented in the user fee bylaw and have the town absorb the impact of $175,000 through the wastewater reserve. The third option would be middle of the road, where users and the town both split the impact, increasing the rate to 3.67 and impacting the wastewater reserve by $85,000.
Okay, thank you. Members of council, any questions for clarity and understanding on that? Councillor Hansard, go ahead.
Just for clarification, Your Worship, this is not where we present our viewpoint. This is where we would ask our questions, is correct?
Yes, ask questions for clarity and understanding.
I will present a viewpoint later then.
Okay. Any questions for clarity and understanding? Okay. Deputy Mayor, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just for my own reference, what does our wastewater reserve currently stand at?
Thank you, through your worship, to Councillor Meyer and all of council. My apologies, that took a little while to pull up. The current projected wastewater reserve balance at the end of 2024, based on the corporate plan as it was presented, is approximately $800,000. So as a result, option 2 would reduce it down to would reduce it down by $175,000, which would be around $625,000. And option 3 would cut that difference in half at around $715,000.
Thank you. Anything else there, Deputy Mayor? No, thank you. Okay. Thank you. Any other questions? No. So I have a question for administration. So I think there's 3 options that council can kind of consider. In terms of option 2 and 3, so those options are to not increase the full rate to the ratepayer. Then what happens next year? Do they get a double whammy, or is the town going to continue to cover that difference indefinitely?
Thank you, through your worship, to you and all of council. That would be a decision made by council. Typically, reserves don't supplement future costs, and so my recommendation would be that would come back in the subsequent year, so it would hit the users the next year.
Okay, so from that explanation, then the following years, as in 2025 and 2026, there would be a larger increase because we didn't increase it fully this year to cover the cost that's being presented by Arrow Utilities.
Thank you, your worship, that would be correct.
Councillor Hansard?
Your Worship, I would just like clarification, please. One of the dilemmas council faced in our budget process was to add reserve money to put our reserves in better standing, which did impact our budget this year. I'm curious, was the wastewater reserve one of those that we had to add a significant amount of money to this year in the budget process?
Councillor Hansard, it was not. Okay, any more questions for clear understanding? Councillor Anderson, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a question to the member of council that is current to this committee or former. I'm not sure where it'd be best directed, but just looking for the context of the increase. If I'm not mistaken, we had already approved an increase in the current corporate plan, and so this would be an additional increase over what has already been improved, or sorry, what has already been increased and approved. And so just looking for some context there as to the second increase here.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Anderson. So I was at the last meeting as the appointee to Aero Utilities. Largely this is due to roughly an $80 million increase in the cost of our projects and repair and maintenance. I think, for example, the Parkland line that was scheduled for phase 1 is coming in a lot higher than it was expected based on the scope. They believe that there was, for example, maybe 3 or 4 millimeters of sediment there, and when they started to clean that out to the contractor, for example, it was double. So it's costing us a lot more than what was projected. And also there was a new, I guess, digester or aerator or Train 4 as they call it, and that's to help treat the waste and get it back into the river. Just based on our growth of the region, that Train 4 was scheduled to start in 2026. However, the board, prior to me getting on, decided to accelerate that with the opportunity to sell the non-potable water back to Air Products. So on the site there, Air Products is currently building a pump house and pipe along the road to service their industry. And then there's a pipe coming back that is getting twinned that will take their wastewater back, and so it'll become a circular economy. At that point in time, Aero Utilities Board passed a $90 million budget for Train 4. And as expenses are escalating and coming in, the current estimate is $165 million. So that accounts for the majority of the cost increase. And I asked, you probably asked the question, well, can you not stop it or can you not change it? And the answer is no. If you drive by the site, there's 70% of the project is already tendered out and contracted. Yes, footings, pilings are getting ready, and then now they have to pour the concrete. And then Air Products is on the other side of the road is in the process of building their pump station, so that's already started construction. So this is one of the things that you're already doing the project, so you can't back out of it now without huge cost implications to the utility and then to all the municipalities, the 13 of us that sit around the board. Go ahead, Councillor Plechko, as Councillor Plechko was the representative for quite a few years, may have a little more in-depth.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. I think one of the important things to understand is the cost of that plant. There was a $50 million upgrade regardless, and that $50 million has also grown with the cost of trying to do things. So it's a necessary plant upgrade for our system of our 13 municipalities. Plus, there's the opportunity to provide the product to a numerous number of organizations that are looking and dealing with Air Products right now. So it won't be just Air Products in there. Eventually it will be a multitude of other products that are using this specifically for hydrogen, and it's the truest form of green energy, so it's a highly sought after product. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for the addition. Go ahead, Councillor Anderson.
Thank you for the commentary there. Just a quick follow-up. You had mentioned that there was a partnership, if you will, with Air Products, where they're going to take some of the wastewater in this cycle where they're going to send, water back to us. Are we subsidizing the work that they're doing, or are these lines that they're going to pay for the cost of install and maintenance and so on their own dollar? Or is this something the municipalities that are a part of Aero Utilities are going to be asked to subsidize in terms of that organization as a private entity?
Okay. From my understanding, Councilor Plechko can correct me if I'm wrong, is that Air Products is footing the bill for the lines going to their production facility and also the pump house. But Aero Utilities is paying for the twinning of the CERT line coming back to the plant.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Councillor Meyer, Deputy Mayor.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. And I'm just I'm just trying to understand. My apologies. What the possibilities? I mean, in your explanation, you said this is a cost overruns in relations to construction. So I'm curious in relation to if I think I want to take this out of a reserve, should I also be anticipating that maybe there's a possibility of further overruns and that would kind of lean me away from hitting up the reserves. I would think it would be more prudent to incur the cost and anticipate. Anyhow, I'm rambling a bit. The point is could this continue? You said that there was 7% of the project had already been contracted out. I'm just curious, would possible further overruns be possible?
Yep, Mayor, definitely, there is a possibility of that. Right now, the best cost estimate is $165 million, and that's with 7% of the project already contracted out. So there's still 30% of the project to be designed and contracted, and we know what's happening in terms of supply chain issues, contracting prices, escalation. It might be a little bit higher, it might not be. But that's right now, as the administration at Aero Utilities, that's their best, financial plan looking forward and kind of using some of the numbers that we have today and then kind of projecting it forward till the next 30%. And that's what it is projected at now is $165 million. Okay, Councillor Hansford.
Your Worship, thank you for your indulgence in allowing me to speak again. I'm going to be really careful not to make statements and stay on questions until we get to, are we at the point where we're debating this or we're not?
No, not yet.
Not yet. You're going to give me the go signal
Right now,
when it's debate. Okay.
Right now,
that's good.
there's no motion on the floor to add this or to change it. It is just for an FYI, a memo to council of what's transpired that may affect the users and charges by law.
Okay.
If council wants to choose one of those options, they can.
Thank you very much, because I definitely will have something to say when we get to the debate piece. I just want clarification. You mentioned a Parkland line. We're served by the Parkland line. Our taxpayers and residents are served by the Parkland line. Is that correct?
That is correct. Spruce Grove, Stony Plain, and Parkland County are serviced by the Parkland line. It's called the Parkland line, but it's actually the west line that serves all our communities. It's just named Parkland line because it goes through the majority of Parkland County.
Okay. The other thing that I'm curious about, the project for which all of these overruns and things are, not overruns, but increased costs are running, is something that, as a part of us belonging to a 13-member body that runs the waste treatment plant, a decision was made in a due process by that board to indulge in the exploration of and the plan to move forward with an upgrade that would see potentially additional monies come back to the plant and back to the region. My question, one of my questions, is would we then see possibly the costs go down significantly for our taxpayers in the future as a result of investing in this project now? We know we have to because they're already embarked on it, but is that part of what makes the pill of a bit higher cost easier to swallow? Because in the future, there will be an income back to Aero Utilities, which will allow the price to be more stable. Is that part of the plan?
Yes, Councilor Hansford, that is part of the plan. As right now, as mentioned, there's only one customer right now for the non-potable water, and that is Air Products, and they're building their own pump house and line. In the future, as we continue to explore and grow our hydrogen business, there is opportunities to use that water in terms of all the hydrogen products that are coming in. So there is a possibility. I don't know when that would come through as the business case is getting developed, and that's also dependent on the number of customers that we have and the number of grants that are approved for carbon projects within our community.
Thank you. Further to that, Mr. Mayor, then that is one little glimmer of hope that the taxpayers can see that as a result of the utility deciding to embark on the sale of hydrogen power, that the cost might come down. We don't know that, but there is part of that as a hope as to why we even embark on this. Plus, it is one of the cleanest forms of energy that can be produced, correct? Okay. Now, I think the only other question I have, before we get to the debate part later, is if we have basically operated on a premise that the current user pay, in this particular case, would the current user affected by this increase be paying for a utility of the future? They may or may not be the user of that product or that energy in the future, but they're paying because you can't just come up against a project and raise the money overnight by clicking your fingers. You have to start a little bit earlier and move toward increased rates to be able to complete the project. Is my thinking correct on that?
That's correct. I think the operational timeline is to have everything operational by the end of, close to the end of 2025, which then we'll start seeing revenue generation to Air Products.
Okay, thank you for that.
Okay. Councillor Laurie?
Thank you, Your Worship. Just a question of clarity to administration, because I know this hasn't really changed in a couple of years. I just want to make sure it's still accurate. So we base our assumptions for our water and wastewater billing on 12 cubic meters is what gets presented in the corporate plan. I'm just wondering, is that 12 cubic meters still an accurate representation of the average usage of a residence in the town of Stony Plain?
Thank you through your worship to Councillor Laurie and all of council. That is still a relevant average.
Thank you. Excellent, thank you. And then appreciate the breakdown. So again, just confirming what I'm reading on the back. Using that average, we're looking at a potential impact of $1.56 as previously reported from the corporate plan.
Thank you through your worship to Councillor Laurie. It would be $1.56 monthly from the previously reported increase.
Excellent, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Pletchko?
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. I'm just looking for some clarification in something that you said. So the $165 million is for an upgrade, but you also tied some projects to that. Can you clarify if the $165 million is strictly for the upgrade to the plant, or if that $165 million it includes cost overruns on projects and pipelines that have deteriorated earlier than were expected?
No, that $165 million is just for the Train 4 project. So that's an increase of $75 million from the $90 million that was approved by the board last year. There's additional costs that make it about $85 million increases in terms of increases for the Parkland line, the CERT line, and some of the other cost overruns. But the majority of the increase is $75 million for the Train 4 line.
So just one further, if I could?
Yes.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. So from the 360 to the 373, that 373, which is which will cover just specifically the overrun on the, so the extra is just the cost of the overrun, or is there a portion of that that also is included in the upgrades?
Yeah, so that includes the upgrades, everything. So everything that's totaled right here, that was passed by Air Utilities, that is the full cost of everything.
Thank you for the clarification. So this 165 million, just so I'm clear, is a cost overrun, but in that rate, there is also a additional cost for cost overruns on projects that have happened, i.e. the Parkland.
That's correct. So in total, the cost overruns is $85 million for this year.
Thank you.
And out of the $85 million, $75 million of that is for Train 4, which was approved at a $90 million project, which has now come in at $165 million.
Thank you.
Okay, any more questions for clear understanding? Okay, back to administration.
Thank you, Your Worship. So also presented within the agenda includes the fees and charges bylaw for council consideration. The bylaw supports council's user fee philosophy that where possible fees cover the cost of services to the best of their ability. The fees and charges are reviewed annually by each department and adjustments are made as necessary. This process includes comparisons to other municipalities as well as analysis of cost recovery. Updates to the charges presented this year was mostly cleanup as well as alignment of fees as presented in the 2024 to 2026 corporate plan.
Thank you, administration. And I think members of council, you've had the opportunity to go over the fees and charges bylaw. Any questions for clarity and understanding on this bylaw? We'll start. Go ahead, Councilor Laurie.
Thank you, Your Worship. Page 54 of our agenda package. I just want to clarify again, we heard that there was some alignment and what have you going on. So I'm looking specifically at the arena fees. And we have a couple of pretty significant changes on these ones, and I'm just looking to understand, is this an alignment so that all of the tri-region municipalities now are charging the same amounts for arena rentals, or are we just trying to align ourselves a little bit better with these increases?
Okay, go ahead.
Your Worship, through to Councilor Laurie and the rest of the council, certainly when staff do an audit of our user fees, the outcome is to be more aligned with our regional partners, because our users are typically using buildings not just within Stony Plain, but throughout the Stony Plain, Spruce Grove, Parkland County region. We do have minor hockey out in Onaway. We do have minor hockey in Spruce Grove from Parkland County, Spruce Grove, and Stony Plain, using all three of those different jurisdictions.
Thank you. So again, for clarity, there is not an agreed upon regional rate then? This is just our own adjustments trying to bring ourselves into alignment?
Your Worship, through to Councilor Laurie, at this time, there's not an agreed upon in terms of Stony Plain, Spruce Grove looks and says, this is what we're charging. We try to align as closely as possible.
Okay. So in terms of that, I think I can get the question is like, so is this similar to what Spruce Grove and Parkland County is charging, or is it less than what Spruce Grove and Parkland County is charging? I know we don't have alignment, we don't have an agreement, but is it similar?
I would have to look that up, Your Worship, and get back to you on that.
And then I do just have a further question on that page as well, if I may, Your Worship.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. As I read through this page, I noticed in the off-season dry floor, it speaks to the rate being hourly, but then in the in-season ice, it doesn't define that. And then furthermore, on the arena board rental ads, it has a price for a large sign and a small sign, but again, it doesn't define the time period, whether that's monthly or whether that's annually. And then the last question that I had on that same page is in respect to the prime and non-prime times. It identifies Monday to Friday, 4 to 11, Saturday to Sunday from 8 to 11. Traditionally, in prime and non-prime times, they also identify statutory holidays. And I'm just wondering if that's been considered in this, so if we can get a couple answers on those.
Okay, thank you.
Your Worship, through to Councilor Laurie again, so in ice, sessions would be an hourly rate. The rink boards would be annual. Sort of in your third question was the
prime
time.
Statutory holidays. So is that considered, I guess, prime time or non-prime time?
So, Your Worship, and through to Councilor Laurie again, some user groups cancel their time during statutory holidays, and some continue with their time during statutory holidays. The way this reads is we don't differentiate between a lower cost during a stat holiday. It's still a day of the week, prime time, of which people are using our facilities for their activities.
Thank you for that. And I think, like I said, again, the consistency in just making sure that we identify which of these fees are hourly, which of these fees are annual, because we do identify it in several areas, just not for some reason in these areas. And I would actually ask the question in regards to that prime time rate. Traditionally, facilities will charge a prime time rate on statutory holidays because it is more likely to be hosting tournaments and those type of things there. And it's an opportunity in where the facility is highly sought after. I think maybe the general manager was referencing it the other way around, that groups are actually canceling their time sometimes on those. So maybe just something to consider as we look forward in reviewing our comparators, because I believe that's a pretty common one to see, that prime time or statutory holidays are considered prime time, similar to Saturdays and Sundays.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for those comments and something for us to consider later on. I'm just going to stay on that page there. Under the concession lobby hourly, which it was $20 per hour, which has now been reduced to $0. So we're not offering the ability to rent the concession or lobby on an hourly basis anymore?
Your worship, so a lobby day rate, concession lobby hourly, $0. So your worship, through to yourself, the concession is contracted out, so there's not an opportunity for someone to rent the concession at the arena. And the lobby, I see that as $10. But there is not, I'll go back and clarify this in terms of there are some other references to lobby throughout that. So, but yeah, your worship, there's some cleanup that should be done there.
Okay, thank you, because on the cleaned up version, it is $0. So I was going to ask the question, if it's $0, then we don't need that in the user fees and charges.
Your worship, that's correct. If it's a $0 fee, that we would probably not reflect that in the cleaned up.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Plechko.
Yes, thank you, Worship. I'm just going to tie in the whole aspect and a general conversation on this. As I read through this and went back and reviewed the fees, it didn't seem to me that there was any consistency or rhyme or reason to what we were getting for fees, increases, and stuff like that. When I look at the numbers that are proportionate, and I'll use page 58 of our 174 package, the lessons, the preschool, the swim. When I look at the increases, I see some $15, I see some $25, and when I look at in comparisons, previous, there was about a $15 spread between them. I'm just wondering if administration can tell me how they arrived at these fees. What other communities that we looked at, and communities of same size with same similar services, how we arrived at the fees for our swimmers, our hockey associations and stuff like that. It just seems to me that it's not consistent and it seems to be all over the place.
Go ahead.
Your worship, through to Councillor Plechko, from the swim perspective, TLC TransAlta Tri-Leisure Centre runs our aquatic facility, and their fee schedule is aligned with our fees. Our fee schedule, is aligned with theirs. Typically, lesson programs are set. The fees are set by Life Saving Society or Red Cross, whomever the lesson set provider is that the organization chooses to follow. So in this case, it's Life Saving Society, and those are the fees that are set by Life Saving Society for that particular set of lesson groupings. So that would be a cost recovery, and the fees are in alignment with the membership fees of the TransAlta Tri-Leisure Centre. As the fees are being, the swim lessons are being operated at our facility, we're just aligning our fees with their fees related to swim lessons. When it comes to ball diamonds, outdoor rinks, those types of things, we do look within the region and we try to align ourselves with our regional partners as our residents are going to and moving back and forth between both Parkland County and Spruce Grove and ourselves in terms of using facility rental for baseball, soccer, and hockey.
Okay. Anything else?
Just to follow up to that. So if we were to ask our counterparts within the region, if 18 holes of golf cost $59, they would be similar to what would cost $59 in Spruce Grove at a similar course?
Your worship, through to Councillor Plechko, golf courses are a little bit different. Some are private courses. There's not a lot of municipally owned courses in the region, certainly. And we look at the market and we try to ensure that we're within a level, we're within a balance of making sure that we can still attract people to our course and make fees, make revenue, versus out costing ourselves from a golf course perspective. So the tricky part with a golf course is a lot of golf courses are setting their fees in February. We have our corporate planning session prior to February, so sometimes the alignment with our fees to market might come a year later. However, that hasn't impacted our ability to generate revenue at the Stony Plain Golf Course.
Thank you.
Councillor Loyens, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. On page 56, I'm looking where it says pipe and drapery, and I see that it says sheer ivory, black 50-foot and black 100-foot, but it doesn't actually say the size of the sheer ivory, even though it is now listed as the same price as the black 100-foot. Is there a reason why we're not putting the size for that one?
Your Worship, through Councillor Loyens, the fees that are included in here are based on the product that we provide to the user. I don't know off the top of my head if our sheer ivory comes in 50 or 100, or it's just something that gets draped over. So my understanding would be this rate that's set here is based on the product that's being delivered to those that may want it as part of their rental.
Okay. Okay, thanks.
Councillor Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Scrolling down to page 58 of our agenda package, looking specific at our beach volleyball courts, see that we have some fees here now. I'm assuming this would allow the group exclusive use of that court that's been booked. How is the general public made aware when an amenity like the beach volleyball courts are booked for exclusive use? I know we've had a couple of incidents over the last few years where there's been some confusion at the courts themselves, where maybe we have some spontaneous users overlapping with those that have booked that exclusive time. And so just looking for some understanding as to how we communicate that to our residents.
Your Worship, through to Councillor Anderson, certainly at those particular facilities, we don't have anything that, like a ball diamond, that specifically says it's booked on this particular time. Hockey rinks, we certainly do have a schedule that people understand. This particular one, I would have to confirm with staff, but we do have a calendar on the webpage. I'm not sure if it includes these particular facilities in terms of if people want to book it, it would identify whether or not it's been booked at that time.
May I? Yeah, thank you for that, and I appreciate hearing that, that signage is available at the ball diamonds and the rink and that sort of thing. Would there be a reason that we wouldn't have a similar communication board at the, in this case, at the beach volleyball courts?
Your Worship, through the Councillor Anderson, just for clarity, there are not signboards like that. At the arena, there are. We can investigate and look at that. We haven't received complaints about people not knowing what's happening there. Typically, when we do have users booking the fields, it's on a cycle, so people get used to that cycle. Generally speaking, if I had booked the courts as an example and rolled in and just said, hey, you know what, can you finish your things up? We've booked it from 6 to 8 or whatever the case may be. Our experience has been people are quite gracious in terms of the understanding of the courts being booked. But do certainly appreciate that even with the outdoor rinks, we do have times booked for rec hockey, and people have to vacate those facilities when rec hockey comes during their specified time. So certainly can look at ways to improve that communication.
Yeah, perfect. I appreciate that, and not suggesting staff need to go out every week or every time a booking is made. But if we have a QR code or something that links, to our page where those bookings are outlined and that sort of thing, just might make everybody more aware of when those facilities are available and when they're currently booked. So, just a couple thoughts.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Anderson. Any more questions, comments for clear understanding? Councillor Lowry, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. Refer to page 59 of the agenda package under the descriptions, concessions, and then it's the skate sharpening room, and it states monthly at the $115. I'm just wondering, in respect with that, do we sign an annual lease on that? Is that monthly only in season of the ice operations in the arena? And then in regards to the $115 a month, what does that compare to a typical lease rate at a CRU in the market right now?
Okay, go ahead.
Your worship, due to Councillor Laurie, I could not answer the question about a CRU and the lease rate related to that. This particular spot is very sporadic in terms of someone operating out of that particular area. The $115 would cover the power related to it, and typically it's not operated as running sharpening skates throughout the off-season, so the monthly fee is basically to cover the in-season time that someone may operate out of that particular room.
Thank you. And so then, since we call it a skate sharpening room, does the town of Stony Plain own and or maintain any equipment that's utilized in that, or is the vendor required to provide that?
Your worship, due to Councillor Laurie, I would have to confirm that. My understanding is it's not owned by the town of Stony Plain.
And then, your worship, I do have one more question, if allowable.
Okay, just vendor supplied equipment. Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. Referring to pages 61 through 69, basically all of our kind of subdivision development, construction, renovation, planning, permit changes, there's some pretty significant changes throughout this entire section. And I'm just wondering, again, we've heard about these changes to, you know, come closer to comparators, to come more in alignment, things like that. But I really feel like we're actually lacking some information on the comparators and you know, where this puts us. Most of these changes look like some significant increases or some reasonable increases in the charges in respect to planning, subdivisions, development, construction, renovation, etc. And I'm curious if we can, if there's available, I'll get some context as to where does this put us in alignment to our regional partners or regional competitors, depending on how you look at it.
Okay, go ahead.
Through your worship to Councillor Laurie, thank you for the question. So the changes in the, there were a couple of philosophies that were done by staff to look at the fees and charges related to the plan development charges that you outlined. Started with a jurisdictional scan and also talking with our, I don't have the exact list of all that was involved in the jurisdictional scan. I know that we talked very closely with our tri-regional partners amongst some other municipalities. Generally speaking, collected all that information and tried to be somewhere just below the middle was what we were aiming at. So trying to, you know, be true to the services that we're trying to offer within the development of the town, but also trying to stay within that middle area or just a little below it so that we're still maintaining our competitive edge. Additionally, pardon me. Some of the fees and charges that you've seen, you'll see a great deal of consolidation is the best way to put it. So there's a lot of collapsing of the different lines, and that's an aim to provide some clarity and efficiencies through the process as people come and apply. This allows discussions and charges to be more actively applied to the situations that are being asked and services being rendered when people come in. I guess with respect to the consolidation, there was also some discussion with our contracted building services, understanding where our fees and the services being provided, if those were being aligned. So those did align with some increases as well, but they are in relation to the work being done.
Thank you. Anything else?
So just a general comment, Your Worship. You know, I appreciate a lot of the commentary that we've received from administration tonight, but given the amount of changes in the fees and charges bylaw this year, and given the level of some of those changes, I really would have appreciated much more of a backgrounder, a presentation to go walk us through some of these changes, a presentation to show us where we sit in comparison to some of our comparative municipalities for some of these. I mean, I'm really left at a point right now where we see the changes, but I'm not exactly sure or confident what those changes mean for us and how those changes position us. I do trust our administration, and I'm inclined to still support this evening based on the work that they have done. Just, however, in future, when we are looking to make decisions on items like this, I think some additional information and context would be greatly appreciated.
Okay, thanks for comments. Councillor Pletch, go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. I'll refer to page 65 of our package. It's electrical permits fees for residential installations and contractors. There's a number of them. What has me a bit bewildered this evening on this is the odd numbers. $163.80, $191.10, $218.40, and on it goes. And I'm just wondering how we would arrive at these numbers if with the 30 cents when everything else I see in our package is rounded up to one consistent number. This has me a bit confused. You know, we have $202.02.
Through your worship to Councillor Pletchko, thank you for the observation on that. The fees and charges in those, yeah, I can see what you're saying with the non-round numbers there. When staff were going through it, they were applying a consistent percentage increase. This came from our inspections group. It was about 9.5% across the board. So the number, they stayed true to the percentage increase, which meant that there was some unique numbers that came out that don't necessarily end rounded, but it was to apply the increases consistently.
Okay. I can understand that consistent increases, but I don't think that makes one heck of a difference. I think in the previous year, it was, for example, I think Councillor Pletchko has mentioned this, they're all nice and even. From up to 1,200 square feet is 150, 1201 to 15 is 175. So it's easier for us to calculate instead of having odd numbers. I can see, for example, the up to 1,200 is 163.80, and the 1201 to 1,500 is 191.10. So if we changed the 1,200 to 165, and then we made the 1,200 to 1,500 190, split the difference. At least it's nice, even round numbers so that people can see it instead of having us as 191.10 cents for a fee when it could just be 190. And so I have that written down too. Like it makes it look awkward. I understand that they wanted to, the inspections group wants to be true and have the same increase over everything, but they're based on our previous fees and charges. That should have been taken into consideration of where we can round up and round down, and then at the end of the year, it washes out. So is there a possibility to do that tonight, or when we approve it knowing that those will get rounded up, or do we have to actually change those all before we approve everything?
Thank you, Worship. So just a question of, can we do that this evening? I think frankly that'd be pretty difficult if we were going to start picking one number here or there and walking through the whole document. It would probably be pretty difficult. Your Worship, I would, in that event, probably suggest we would want to take it back, go to work on it, whatever you want to call it, and come back to council in that way. Having said that, Your Worship, I think again the opening to the presentation on the fees and charges, talked about the main rationale when looking into them. Again, cost recovery, competitiveness or alignment within the region on certain ones. But as we've just heard on different questions, not every fee in here would follow that to a T. We are, a golf course a little bit different from, contractor or electrical firm permit fees, a little bit different from concession fees and so on and so forth. Those are the main themes that would be worked on, but they wouldn't translate exactly specifically onto each one. But again, cost recovery, alignment across competitors or regional partners, those are the foundational themes. I'll stop there, Your Worship.
Okay, thank you. And I before I go back there, I do see that there is a lot of changes that were recommended in terms of that, and we do need to pass the fees and charges bylaw so that we can actually go ahead and present the corporate plan, because as they do kick in on January 1st. Councilor Pletchko?
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. It actually stands from 65 to 72, I think, when I was looking at this. And, I think it goes back to my original question. Where is the consistency in what we're doing? If we're actually coming up with a consistent number or something that's fair for the electrical, the gas, and that type of thing, how did we come up with the numbers on the other portion of this that reflected it? And where did that come from? You talk about when it comes from within the community. So this was part of a group that felt that this was a fair way to do it. And it just makes it different when I look at this. It makes it confusing, and we talk about reduction of red tape and a number of things, and I think this just makes it more complicated for the individual coming forward when it's there. I think it can make two-third reading, but not necessarily pass third reading.
Yep. Well, if it's not going to pass third reading, then you got to kick it back because it doesn't pass. So that's where we're at, and I think there is some logic in there in terms of what the general manager said of they wanted to increase all the fees by 9.5%, and that's what they did. However, sometimes there has to be some common sense put into that, and the reason why all the other fees have been round numbers should have been like a question from our administration to providers. Councillor Hansford?
Thank you, Your Worship. It matters not to me that the numbers be round. I'm not sure what you mean by that. I don't care if it's $11 or $14 or $17. What makes it look like we're nickel and diming people is when we got the pennies stuck on there. Councillor Loynes, I think, has indicated that there's only a few pages that are actually affected. And I'm wondering if we could take a break and allow those 4 pages or whatever to be adjusted to get rid of the pennies. And I'm prepared to pass this evening if we could do that rather than put it off. It's only this area, and I appreciate formulas, but sometimes formulas make us look kind of silly. Just an opinion, Your Worship. And I think we can still pass this. It's very few pages, 4 or 5 pages that are affected.
Yeah, I see that, but there's also a lot of numbers in there. So it's going to take at least an hour or two for administration to go change it all.
Your Worship, could there be an amendment to get rid of to round up to the next dollar on all of those fees? And then I think then it can be adjusted by administration, and that's what will actually get printed. We could on those particular pages. There's always a way to do it. And we don't have to have every single number exactly right. If we say just make it a dollar amount, no change.
That's a good comment. Administration, is it possible for council to provide 3 readings with a motion to correct those so that they are a round number instead of odd?
Your Worship, I think I'm just trying to sort this around in my mind a little bit. So, again, first and foremost, clearly council has the authority and the duty, so to speak, to pass motions as they see fit would be the first thing I would say. I'm just running through the pages here. Yeah, there's a ton of numbers there. At some point, I think the other thing, the corporate plan itself is based on estimates, the revenues and so on that are contained in there. And I don't know if we start rounding off every one of those numbers. I'm not sure how that it would impact. I wouldn't expect it would be super amounts, but, it would still have an impact on that side. Your Worship, speaking to these ones, and like I said, there's electrical fee permits. I can't even get to the end of almost can't get to the end of it as I'm scrolling through it on my screen or whatever. There's quite a few on there. If I can back up a second, Your Worship, again, certainly hearing and understanding the concern or the question. I think, thoughts about the way this is presented, the timing, what information is fed into it and what is not, and how is that presented. I think those are certainly reasonable, fair questions to pose. Again, at this point in the process, it's becoming a little tight. We've got, typically these will come into effect January 1st. It can certainly be an optic thing. I don't know that some of these changes, again, looks like a lot of numbers, but even on that electrical permit one, it would be just one of those numbers would be in play on any given project, as I understand it. I guess my point being that I guess, Your Worship, somewhat at a loss. That's a fair amount of effort that would have to go in. There is a time, we're heading into that point where January 1st was when these would be intended to kick in. I don't know that making those changes would have big effects or small, and that's would be part of the concern I would have of just making them on the fly without the opportunity to analyze the actual impact.
Okay, I think I understand the time amount to do that, and I can buy it if we keep it this way. But I do agree with Councillor Hansard. It does look like we're nickeling and diming everybody when you're looking at 5 cents, 91 cents, 18 cents, 52 cents, 32 cents on a few things. So, is it crystal clear that when administration reviews this next year, that this does get changed?
Your Worship, I can certainly answer to that, and yes, it is. And I would also just provide general comment on the manner in which the fees and charges make their way to the chamber, whether that's during the corporate plan or subsequently after in this type of a bylaw, or in advance. We just went through a business license one that laid out different changes, different fees or whatever, and then are incorporated in. And Your Worship, I may have to speak with council, subsequent on, a manner in which that we could focus some of these, frankly, a bit better. Your Worship, if I may be so bold, this is, this is sometimes a pretty challenging conversation on some of these fees and charges for a couple of years in a row now. And, there may be a process change that has to be implemented moving forward.
Okay, thank you. Any more questions for clarity and understanding? Councillor Anderson, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm going to switch gears away from the electrical permitting a little bit and looking at page 70 specific to our transit. And I believe in September, the provincial government announced some additional funding for low-income individuals within the community. Spruce Grove, I think, was identified as one of those. The section on low-income transit passes here. Is it safe to assume that that is a part of that provincial initiative to lower the cost for low-income residents?
Your Worship, through to Councillor Anderson, the fees captured in here are aligned and identical to the City of Spruce Grove. So, yes. Correct.
Perfect. Thank you for that. And then just a quick question to process, if someone was to apply for that low-income transit pass, is that through the municipality directly? Does that have to go through the province of Alberta? Where would they be able to access that lower income pass?
Your Worship, through to Councillor Anderson, the funding was provided to the City of Spruce Grove through the provincial government. Both the city and the town, through our community social development departments, are working together to identify those that qualify, and the passes are purchased through the City of Spruce Grove. So we do qualify, and our residents do qualify if they meet the parameters of the particular pass.
Okay, just quick to follow up then, process through Spruce Grove, but can access it locally through CSD here in Stony Plain. Our residents don't have to go to Spruce Grove to apply for that pass.
Your Worship, through to Councillor Anderson, my understanding is between the two cities, city and the town, they work together to make it most advantageous for the person that would be receiving the pass.
Perfect, thank you for that. And if I may have a second question, just a little bit further down here on page 71, related to our RCMP service fees. Maybe more of a quick plug for a change in service in the region here, but looking at just the cost of an additional motor vehicle accident report as an RCMP service fee. I know recently there was the opening of the Spruce Grove Collision Reporting Center, which would apply for residents in Stony Plain as well. Would this fee apply for residents attending that facility as well as the RCMP building? Or do we need another line here specific to the Collision Reporting Center?
Your worship, through to Councillor Anderson, this is specific to the detachment only and services that are provided from the detachment. The Collision Reporting Center is done completely separate, outside of our fees and charges schedules. My understanding is that no one is charged a fee when they go to the Collision Reporting Center because it's funded by the insurance companies.
Perfect, thank you for the clarity.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for clear understanding? Deputy Mayor, go ahead.
Yes, thank you. Your worship, just referring to page 70 of, and the low income and low income newcomer. What's the definition of a newcomer? Is that newcomer to like Canada or newcomer to the region? And how long are you a newcomer?
Okay, thank you. Go ahead, administration.
Your worship, through to Deputy Mayor Meyer, certainly newcomer is new Canadian coming to our region. I'm not sure that it has an expiry date on it. I would believe it would be the initial pass that was purchased by the newcomer.
So sorry, I'm confused. So a new Canadian comes and they have a pass, or they're purchasing a pass?
Your worship, through to Councillor Meyer, we can get clarity on this, but my understanding is newcomer comes, buys the pass for the first time, they would be charged that rate. If they buy a pass subsequent to that, then they would likely fall into the category of which their age delineates them.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any more questions? Councilor Pleshko?
Yeah, just for clarity, you made reference to 9.5% was the percentage rate that was calculated. If somebody can show me how to do math, maybe I can get to the right numbers, because when I do the calculations, it's not 9.5%.
Through your worship to Councillor Pleshko. So that was the number that I calculated using the plumbing and permit fees section, and I just am looking at the other ones right now. For example, if you look at number of fixtures, goes from 100 to 109, and that number and that 9.5% is applied relative, as far as I can tell, uniformly through the chart. Moving up, I say. And electrical permits, if you look at the same thing, 0 to 500, it's 100 to 109.50. So that was the number that was provided to me when I follow up with staff on this matter. If there's ones that are appearing to be outliers, I'm welcome to discuss that.
Okay, so definitely directly below that, for electrical permits from 1,000 to 1,500, the previous fee is $105. And the proposed fee is $114.75. But if you take 105 and multiply by 1.095, it should be $114.98. So then that carries forward with the next permit, which is $115 last year. If you apply the 9.5% to it, it's $125.97, so not 58. So I think the understanding is that if administration is providing us the information, then it should be uniform, so it is not uniform. So what did we increase the rates by?
Through your worship, that was the number that was provided me by staff. So I can see that there is perhaps some variation to some degree. between the 9.5 and maybe some other percentage, a smaller percentage number off of that. That's, I can't comment to the individual final numbers of why it would have been applied differently. That's the number, that's how I was informed on the process.
Okay. Thank you for your comments. Any other questions, comments for clarity and understanding? Seeing none, moving on to page 55. Thank you, members of council, for asking the questions earlier. There's a few that I did not see brought up by members of council, so I'm just looking at page 55. On the top of that says sponsorship for the arena, and we've crossed out public skating. So is the sponsorship no longer for public skating?
Your worship, that does relate to public skating itself, so I'm not sure. It is public skating. The sponsorship is for public skating, so perhaps that was captured as an error.
Okay. And then again, for consistency, on page 58, there is also sponsorship for swimming, and it says public swim sponsorship. So if both those sponsorships are for public swimming and public skating, then it should be noted clearly, because having it on page 55 and crossing out the words public doesn't identify that is a sponsorship for public skating. Okay, I'm looking at page 59. Members of council, and this has to do with the concession stands that we currently rent out. And I think that was referenced a little bit earlier by Councillor Laurie. I'm looking at the Meridian Heights concession area. With that being, currently it is negotiable, and having that stricken from the fees and charges, then what is the intent of the Meridian Heights concession area?
Your worship, through yourself, in my time here, I'm not aware of us renting that out, that particular space out, in the time that I've been here. So my understanding would be that because that's not been our request or a requirement from some of our users, it was removed from that particular fee and charge. Sometimes it gets used for special events. So if someone's doing a basketball tournament, as an example, hockey tournament, as an example, then we'll open the facility for that particular event. And usually the fee charged for that surface would cover that particular usage of that additional building in terms of the change rooms and those types of things that are open for the event that may be occurring.
Okay. So from my understanding, what you just, the comment is that if somebody rents for example, the Meridian Heights outdoor rink, they would have access to the Meridian Heights concession stand if they require it.
Your worship, to yourself, that's correct. If they required it, we would certainly make it available to them.
Okay, thank you. Looking at page 64, members of council and to administrative staff. Under the land documents for land use planning, land use bylaw, et cetera, is $100, and I noticed this time is noted as plus GST, and same with the municipal development is $50 plus GST. So from my understanding, reading that means those fees will have GST applied to them. But what about the other fees that are listed on this fees and charges package that does not list GST? And for example, the golf course fees and charges on page 59 of this document.
Thank you, through you, your worship, to you and all of council. Typically, we wouldn't state GST on this document, and GST would be applicable as per the rules of GST. So this is an anomaly that those were on there, and we can make that administrative adjustment.
Okay, thank you. That makes more sense to me, that GST is applied to the entire fees and charges where applicable. Okay, and I'll ask members of council to turn to page 59 of our package. Okay, so at the bottom of the page, so page 59, I know council recently just approved the new business license bylaw, which allows residents to renew within the first 30 days of the year for free. There's no additional charges. It's the one-time business license fee, which is, when council looked at it, we increased it from $100 to $270. And that's supposed to cover all the fees forever going along there in good standings and then renew before it expires. My question is then, in terms of the last paragraph on that page, it says, any businesses commencing operations after September 1st of each year carrying on operations, et cetera, will be, the business license fee will be equivalent to half the normal business license fee of the year. So from my understanding, if I read what that says and what the business bylaw we approved, is that means the business license fee for local person is $270. If I start my business and I apply for a business license on September 1st or later, it's going to cost me $135. But because of our business bylaw, I can renew it for free the next year. So then, as a person that's starting my business, if I needed to save a couple of dollars, would that be an avenue that I can go, or am I reading that wrong?
Your Worship, thank you for the question. The reference to the paragraph that you're speaking of with regards to the portion of the fee that would be charged after September 1st is only applicable to non-local businesses. So they pay an annual fee regardless. The reference to the local businesses paying the $270 fee, a one-time fee, is not in the same reference point. Does that make sense?
Okay, so that half fee is only for non-local businesses?
That's correct. If you are a local business applying for a business license, regardless of the time of year, you would pay a one-time fee of $270, and then your renewal is not charged going forward from there. Doesn't matter of the time of year that occurs. It is a one-time fee that you're paying for $270. The non-local businesses pay an annual fee, and that fee is broken down after that September 1st timeframe. Does that make sense?
Okay, so that half of the normal fee is only applied for non-local businesses?
That's correct.
Okay. Thank you. Go ahead, Councilor Laurie.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just to follow up on that, I know as part of the new business license fee bylaw that we passed, there was a change in regards to the renewals. So there was the local one-time fee, but there was also the requirement that that be renewed, I think it was by January 30th or somewhere around there, in order for the renewal to be zero. But I don't see that reflected in anywhere here, nor do I see it reflected that if you don't renew by that date, that fee is then applicable again. So the way this reads, it's local one-time fee, new business is $270, and then there's no reference that you have to renew at any point in time at $0, or that if you don't renew at a certain time, you pay the $270 again. This just reads as I pay my $270 once, then I never have to do anything about it again. So is there not something that should be referenced in here stating that, you know, renewals are $0 unless not completed by the date in which then the fee would apply again?
Your Worship, through to Councillor Laurie and for all of Council, certainly the business license bylaw does have that level of detail provided. We would also be articulating that information in all of the communication that goes out to the businesses as well as through our application process to try to augment and provide that clarity. I appreciate that within the fees and charges bylaw, perhaps, we have limited information as to that level of detail, but we're certainly prepared to communicate that in addition through all our typical lines of communication with the businesses as well. And, we'll, as we had stated when we were providing the business license bylaw to council, we'll certainly monitor the level of information and the communication and how ensuring that we're clarifying that going forward. So we'll keep an eye on that for sure, but we have other places and points of communication that can provide that level of clarity that you have articulated. Hopefully that provides some understanding.
So, thank you. It does. It still leaves a little bit of ambiguity depending on the person who's actually reading the information, and a lay person probably isn't going to, dig into stuff in great detail. And so I just wonder, as we move forward in respect to the fees and charges bylaw, and then if we should be referencing, if we have a bylaw in place which sets the charges for something, so for instance, like the business license, if we have a business license bylaw, should that not be referenced in the business license fees section of our fees and charges bylaw? So just say business license fees, and then in parentheses after, it could say reference bylaw, whatever the bylaw number is. Again, just to show where that information is coming from, and then that way, if they are looking for the complete information, they have a reference as to what document to search for.
Your Worship, through to Councillor Laurie and all of Council, we can certainly take that suggestion under advisement going forward.
Okay, thank you. And just Councillor Laurie, just from my understanding, it'd be like local one-time fee, new business only, as per the business bylaw, right? So that somebody can actually follow it up later on. Okay. Councillor Pletchko?
Yes, thank you. As I sit here and listen to a number of changes that really need to be made to this, I'm wondering if administration could help me to understand, if this was to be sent back, when could we see this so that it could be passed for our New Year's budget?
Your Worship, just through to Councillor Pletchko, I would expect that we would have to bring it on December 11th, I believe is the date. I can't remember the exact date, but it would be the December council meeting.
No. Okay.
So it could be brought back in time to meet next year's obligations?
Your Worship, through to Councillor Pletchko, yeah, the answer to that would be yes, it could be.
Thank you.
Yes, and this December, I think Councillor Hanser has mentioned December 4th. December 4th is a GMP meeting, which we do not pass motions that pertain to the operations of the town. So the next meeting will be December 11th. So it is possible, and I guess my question to administration is, those changes that were kind of suggested and mentioned by council, is it, if they happen, does it impact the corporate plan considerably, or if it doesn't happen, does that not or negatively impact the corporate plan?
Sorry, Your Worship, can you just restate that?
So in terms of those questions that we're talking about in terms of fine-tuning the numbers, so it's a round number, not odd numbers, and just adding a couple things that I think administration said they can kind of do on the fly, like remove the GST and stuff. In terms of changing the numbers, does it have a huge impact on the corporate plan or not?
Your Worship, I guess it's a little bit hard to say, cumulative, but I can't remember, we'd have to go back into the revenue items within the corporate plan itself. Those, that would be where the number would be demonstrated, I believe.
Okay, so for example, what I'm hearing is that, when this corporate plan was put together, administration was projecting, say, 150 electrical permits at this amount. And if we change that, then that needs to change, and all the numbers change to adjust to what the corporate plan rate is.
Yeah, generally correct, I would say, Your Worship.
Okay. So In other words, lots of hours for our staff to input everything to make all those changes.
Yeah, there would be effort required. You know, again, it'd be difficult for me to say exactly how much that would be, but it would be effort required to make those changes moving forward. Your worship, you know, I mean, I think part of the dialogue here that's become in some ways challenging, the fees and charges bylaw. I mean, it's basically codifying. I mean, it's the one-stop codification of, you know, I mean, all of the different fees that you guys have been talking about or not talking about or are in policy or are in other bylaws, i.e. the business license bylaw. Your worship, if I may, you know, I mean, policy discussions are certainly council's purview and can happen and should happen in you know, the process, wherever that may be. You know, again, this is the bylaw that just codifies either other policy decisions or strategy decisions and so on and so forth. You know, again, decisions made, you know, and throughout the course of the year just end up here codified, listed, put into this particular bylaw. And, you know, I would say to, you know, advice or to council, you know, if there's a policy discussion that should be had or needs to be had, then, you know, that's one thing. And that there's a time, place, effort for that. Difficult to force or require or push policy discussions into one particular bylaw at one particular time with about a 2 or 3 week turnaround.
Councillor Hansford.
Thank you, Your Worship. I appreciate our CAO's comments on that. If council were to suggest or give direction that we were not to do rounding down and rounding up, simply rounding up. If there's change involved in a fee, not a dollar amount only, if we round it up, then it could only impact our budget in a positive way. It may only be pennies. In some cases, it'll be almost $1 per hour or $1 on a fee. So there's nothing that says we have to round it off. If it's $5.50 or 51 cents, it gets rounded up. Anything less than that, it gets rounded down. We don't have to obey that rule. We just say if the fees here are showing pennies, then round up to the next dollar. That will create more revenue, and I can't see that that would be a negative thing, even if the amount of the fee was $302, $301. I'd still rather see the pennies, nickel and diming is a phrase I gave to it, but that go away. The other question that I have for you, Your Worship, we earlier got to ask a lot of questions about this, what I thought was a standalone water treatment cost piece of our bylaws. Is this a separate item? Will we be able to vote on this tonight so we can give clear direction to admin if they're coming back? Is this included in our fees or is this standing alone?
So Councillor Hansford, so there's 3 proposed motions on that memo, and then council will make the choice of one of those 3.
Will that stand alone as a motion, or does it go into these fees?
So once council approves one of those options, then it is built into the corporate plan.
Okay, so we can make this decision tonight. I'm happy.
Okay. Thank you. I think, appreciate the comments from members of council and just the clarity and the abilities to review everything. I think in terms of the numbers and the fee charges, I think administration has heard us very, very clearly that maybe some of those numbers shouldn't be the way they are, and if they are, I have no problem supporting what administration would like to do, but it needs to be consistent. And I think that was kind of mentioned when there is an increase of 9.5%, then all the numbers should equal 9.5%, but they don't. I think that's where I'm having some kind of issues here. I think in terms of what we're talking about, it doesn't change the intent of what the corporate plan is. It is still going to go ahead and it's still going to make our community better. But looking at the fees and charges, it does make it look like we don't know what we're doing with all the 0.06, 52 cents, and 12 cents here. So any feedback I can give back to administration is that maybe that is a conversation with council at another point later in time, that I need the GM to nod his head to that this will be brought back to council maybe at a pre-meeting or workshop to figure out how this works and how we go forward on this.
Yeah, Your Worship, I appreciate the chance to speak to that a little bit. Yeah, I think, as we kind of build out the corporate plan process in its entirety, as well as some of our other updating processes, Your Worship, the fees and charges process with council has been kind of itchy the last few years, and I think there needs to be some time and effort put on by everybody to understanding a bit better, and how do we make it not quite so itchy, Your Worship. I'll stop there.
Okay, and I appreciate that. And this is, I think this is my 17th budget meeting or corporate plan. And in the past, when administrations come back to us with the fees and charges changed in terms of plumbing and electrical, it's always been a round number. And the comment from staff is, we try to maintain a 9.5. Some are a little higher, some a little bit lower, because we wanted to make it an even number. That makes sense to me. Or we say we all made it flat 9.5%, and that's why all the numbers like that. And if they show it, that makes sense to me. But to say we raise it at a certain point and not have that, it doesn't make sense to me. So definitely, I'm not too sure if members of council are as eager as I am to look forward to that workshop and have that conversation with administration so that this does not happen again. So if we can book it for sometime in the new year, please.
Thank you, Your Worship.
Members of council, any other questions for clarity and understanding on the fees and charges user bylaw? Okay, seeing none, members of council, I'll ask you to turn your attention to the memorandum that was sent out by our staff earlier that reflects the changes and the budget that was passed by Arrow Utilities on Friday, November the 24th. So there's three options, as mentioned earlier by administration. We need to choose one of those. Okay. Councilor Pletchko, I will defer to you as the previous representative on the Alberta Capital Region Wastewater Commission. I think you have the most experience on this, and I'll lead and turn to you to make the motion.
Oh, big decision. But I will make a motion because I think it's important that we know the status of what is on the wastewater rates. We knew where we were, and we know what's going forward. So I will make a motion to amend bylaw 2682/G23, wastewater rate, tolls and charges, variable fee per cubic meter cubed of actual water used on page 19, page 49 of the agenda from 360 to 373. This will result in an increased cost transfer to the user.
Thank you, Councilor Pletchko. Members of council. Thank you, Councilor Pletchko. The members of council, the motion is on the floor. I'll open up for questions of clarity and debate. Councilor Hansard.
Thank you, Your Worship. Oh, if we could have our way, and we would speak, and then nobody would have to say anything because they're all in agreement with us. I do want to come from a position of some experience. As I sat on the Alberta Capital Region Wastewater Commission, now known as Arrow Utilities, for 5 years. It was a tremendous learning experience, and it gave me a huge, clear, crystal clear picture as to our responsibilities as a member of 13 municipalities that at one glorious moment in time decided to join together to provide a utility that none of us could have afforded in this time if we weren't working as a cohesive unit with multiple partners. There were people in the Capital Region municipalities who opted not to join us and take on any of the debt, and now wish that they had joined us back then and could be included in this organization and this partnership that takes care of so many things, particularly handling our wastewater. Anyone who has known me for any number of years will know that I've often sat in a chair here at this council bench and stated, a very valuable lesson that I learned in Dallas, Texas at the American Wastewater Conference was the primary thing that separates Canada and other first world countries from third world countries is sanitary water and sanitary sewer. Without that, you have a lot of sickness and death, particularly among children. And indeed, I was watching the news today, and I heard exactly that. So what I want to say is these 13 municipalities, way back when I sat on this commission, which was about 10 to 12 to 15 years ago, approximately, there was discussion then of looking at hydrogen. It was such a far out idea. We did not embark upon it, but it was on the table. Subsequent members of that commission voted to move ahead with a hydrogen project, and it actually sits within our reach because of decisions made on that commission to move forward with trying to get into the cleanest energy possible and provide a utility that will carry us far, far into the future, and lo and behold, take the wastewater and turn it into a revenue-producing product itself. How smart, how brilliant. And the position that that put us in is where we are today with these huge expenses. Nobody said that was going to be easy. Nobody said it was going to be cheap, and I'm sure when they embarked on this project, they did not anticipate that there would be shortages and all kinds of problems with the rising cost of everything. But that's what we face, and that's the reality we're in right now. So I ask you to bear with me because I do want to share a couple of other thoughts, and then I'll turn the mic over to others. I simply want to say I have a very strong principle that current users should pay. And current users also includes positioning ourselves for these users, unless you die, to be the users of something in the future that is going to be a revenue stream and indeed will cost a bit more to get us to that goal. So I have absolutely no regret about an increase that helps that to be accomplished. I don't like increases. I'm like many of our taxpayers. I don't want to see the price of things go up. We've had it with groceries, gas, and everything else. But when we come to water, and when we come to wastewater, and we talk about being able to take that wastewater and put it through a processing plant that creates money, that keeps our future costs down, we would be almost ridiculous not to grab that and cheer it all the way to the finish line. So yes, the current user should pay, and we pay to put things in operation that will help us and future generations. What a wonderful position to be in. The good thing about this hydrogen project is that it's within a very tangible, very soon to be delivered position. We could almost close our eyes and reach out and touch it. That's how close it is. But it's costing a bit more money. And when we look at how we take care of that money, in my viewpoint, this motion that Councillor Palechko put forward is the motion to pass tonight. Options 2 and 3 are so far out of the ballpark, it does not make sense. I so appreciate that administration came to us with options because council has asked for options. But with all due respect to administration and anyone thinking 2 and 3 might be the way to go, I caution you, don't be foolish. This council in this budget process several times has decided to put several $100,000 into reserves because our reserves were getting low. It may not have been this reserve. That doesn't matter. It is the blink of an eye to wipe a reserve out or to make it so low that it's almost inconsequential to help us when we really, really need it. So why would we play with that? Why would we even think that it was okay to take that money from the reserve to help us meet an obligation of now that we are going to benefit from? Why would we do that? When Councillor Laurie, Councillor Paletzko, the mayor break things down and tell us what that really means in dollar and cents, and here we can talk pennies. When they tell us that this means on the average household, the water use will be $1.56 per household per month, you give your head a shake and wonder, why are we debating this? That is an insignificant amount. It's money. I don't throw $1.56 in the garbage or on the ground and walk away from it. But it's nothing. But if we use tens of thousands of dollars out of reserves to avoid this small amount of increase, we now put ourselves in a dangerous position for this reserve in the future. And that mindset, this council was brave enough to shake off in our very budget process that we're passing. My goodness. I truly believe that the very best option that was given to us tonight is option 1, and that we agree to pay our small increase and stand back and wait for the moment that we start seeing a revenue come back to us. And thank you very much for all the work that was put into this and the good debate that has happened and is happening. This councillor, unless the wisdom of my colleagues on council convinces me otherwise, will be voting in support of this motion, and I encourage them all to do the same.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Hansard. Any other comments and debate on the motion? Okay, see none, I will be supporting the motion on the floor. I think as a utility rate model, this is necessary for our community. As a utility rate, there is costs, there's repair and maintenance, and there's unrespected repairs, and there's also capital replacement. As utility model, we build those reserves to replace the underground infrastructure. And if we deplete those reserves, then we run into the problem that we are currently facing in the community, is that we do not build enough reserves to replace that underground infrastructure. So what happens when we don't have enough money to replace the sewer line because it caved in? Right? What happens if we have another 101 in 100-year floods that come in that causes a lot of backup and drainage, and we don't have the reserves to properly take care of that? That's what we're faced with as municipality without those proper reserves. And having the increase the fee so that it properly covers, so that we do build those reserves, not only protect our community going forward, but it's also an asset for our community today. Councilor Paletzko.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. I appreciate the ability tonight to bring this motion forward. I've sat on the commission for 6 years now and have learned a tremendous amount. I don't even know where to start to ask my council to support this, but I think this is something that is a true asset within our community. The new phase 4 of this plant will put cleaner water back into the North Saskatchewan than it's ever been. It's clean today, but it's going to be that much cleaner going forward, and it will support the communities down that river as well. And it's something that we use today that we should be paying for. And I think it's quite important that we realize that it is something that we pay for. And I would encourage everybody sitting here on council today to support that motion. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Councilor Paletzko. I'll call the question. All those in favor? Okay. And that's carried 7. Thank you. Moving with that that taken care of, we will go back to 8.1, which is the user fees. That'll be to give first reading to my bylaw as amended. Okay. Looking at the time, let's take a 10-minute recess and we'll come back and we'll deal with 8.1. Thank you. Okay, welcome back. Resuming our council meeting, dealing with number 8, our bylaws and user fees and charges. And the motion is for first reading. Councillor Loynes.
Town Council give first reading to bylaw 2682/G/23, a bylaw to establish fees and charges for the provisions of certain licenses, goods and services as amended.
Okay, thank you. And thank you, members of council, for all the questions of clarity and understanding and just providing some feedback. I think from the conversations, administration has committed to a workshop on the fees and charges with council in the new year. So if we can get that done, so we can figure out some of the numbers and why this year it's a lot of odd numbers, and looks like, as Councillor Hansard mentioned, looks like we're nickeling and diming everybody. Okay, members of council, questions, comments, and debate on the motion. Councillor Lowry, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm having a bit of a difficult time just in regards to some of the stuff that we've talked about this evening. In particular, the changes that we see within our planning bylaws and the subdivision developments, et cetera. We've looked back now through our fees and charges bylaws all the way back to 2019, and there were barely any changes to them. And this year there's significant changes, which understandably we're likely needed to right-size ourselves. We likely needed to make sure we were in the right spot with our comparators, et cetera. But I heard the town manager say that a lot of the information contained in here has come forward to council, such as the business license bylaw, within the last year that we've approved, and now we're seeing it kind of written in here. I don't recall, and I know I asked council, and nobody chimed up to say that they recall, seeing anything come forward to council in respect to these changes that were coming this year. And so I have a challenge right now, because while I am inclined to believe that this is likely the correct path, we haven't received any of that information. We haven't seen anything to show us where this aligns us in regards to regional competitors or in regards to the market. Are we at 50%? Are we not? And so it creates a very challenging environment right now, because I would like to support this. I would like to move it forward. I'd like to go on, but with the lack of information, a lack of presentation on the changes, it's hard for me to make this decision to go forward without that information. Because if I make a decision to support this tonight and information comes to light later that we're not where we thought we were, we're not what we anticipated, then that comes back on me as a governing body, as the person who is put in the seat to make that decision. So I am challenged at this point in time in supporting it. I'm okay with the administrative updates, like, adding clarity and those type of things. I'm okay with all those. We've heard a little bit about some of the changes in some of the fees, and where instead of a 00 at the end, it's got a couple pennies. I'm actually less concerned about that, frankly. I'm more concerned with, well, how did they even come to that number? How does that compare in the market? So, if the number says 0.58 at the end, that doesn't bother me, as long as I get a good explanation of where 0.58 came from and where 0.58 puts us. So I'm going to listen to my other colleagues around the council desk here and see what their thoughts and feelings are on it, but I have a decision to make here as to whether I can support this the way that's put forward.
Okay. Thank you for your comments, Councillor, and it's noted, and it does provide some of that uncertainty here. Administration, can you provide a rundown again of, in terms of how these numbers were prescribed, and how did administrative staff come back to recommend these numbers?
Through your worship, to Councillor Lowry and all of council. So to expand on the previous explanation, The fees and charges within the planning and development sections, electrical, plumbing, gas fitting, things of those natures. The town has on staff a building inspector, but they also utilize an inspections contractor inspections group. So we work closely with our contracted service partners to ensure that our services being delivered to residents, businesses, and developers are aligning with within the cost of doing business. So the planning and development team did work closely with that group in developing these charges and bringing them forward as they're presented tonight.
Thank you. And I think earlier you mentioned that that was kind of reviewed, and you came in, administration recommended just below the average. So in terms of that, is there a policy on that?
Through your worship to all of council, it's not necessarily, I don't believe it's a hard policy. I believe it's a goal that we try to, as administration, to make sure that we're remaining, as I mentioned, we're maintaining our competitive edge as a municipality and a corporation, so that the services rendered are matching the cost of service that the town incurs, while also being mindful of our regional partners and their directions that they're following, so that we're working well with the businesses and development community to make sure that when they do bring proposals in, that we're working with them in a financially astute manner.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor, you had your hand up. Go ahead.
Yes, thank you. Just changing gears, turning to page 70 under low-income transit pass. We make a distinction between low-income and low-income newcomer. So I think it's unwise to make a distinction between two groups based on where they're from. Seeing that transit is a subsidized service as is, personally, I'm inclined to have everyone pay the same rate, but recognizing that there is an attempt at charity for low-income commuters, and having heard our administration describe the program for newcomers as basically a first one's free, I would like to make a motion that we extend the first one's free concept to all low-income commuters, eliminating this distinction between these two groups.
Okay, just hold on a second, Councillor Meyer, Deputy Mayor. So your motion, you want to amend?
Yes, amend
fee.
page 70, and basically, if the program is run as administration described, essentially the first time purchasing a pass results in a free pass for a newcomer, and that subsequently when they renew that pass, they would then no longer be counted as a newcomer. They'd pay the same rate. What I am proposing is that all low-income commuters would benefit from the same concept. The first one is free, and when they renewed, they would pay the same rate that they would otherwise.
Okay. I think there's, I'm just going to park that for right now, because I think based on the low-income transit passes was a program from both the provincial government and federal government, which is passed down. So I'm not too sure if we can have those things, because if that's what's earmarked for us to have that service, then it's not for us to say you can't have it.
Yep. No.
Administration?
Your worship, through to to Deputy Mayor Meyer. Certainly, I would have to reach out to the city of Spruce Grove to understand what the details of their contractual obligations were to the city, to the provincial government related to this particular transit pass. I do understand it's a provincial program, of which there are some mandates within the program as to how the fees were handed out to low income. So I would have to do some confirmation to ensure that what you're suggesting this evening or making a motion on is possible under the agreement that the city of Spruce Grove has with the provincial government.
Okay. So that's why I parked it, because I think when I read the program, it was this is not our fee, this is just passed down, and this is how it's worded.
So just in that regard, if we continue and pass this motion, what would then happen to my proposed motion?
Well, if if I deal with the amendment, then we'll vote on it, and then I'm not too sure if we can, because then if it passes, then our staff will go back and talk to the provider, which is City of Spruce Grove, and to the contract with the provincial government, and says this is how it's laid out, then nothing happens.
Okay, thank you.
So that provides some clarity. So I know, Councillor Meyer, Deputy Mayor, you did have, you wanted to make that amendment. In light of some of the conversation here, would you still like to make that amendment?
I would still like to make the amendment, but what I'm hearing is we have to go away and check to see if it's even possible.
Your worship, that's correct. That's correct. There is a risk that any motion to that nature that is adopted this evening, we may have to come back to the chambers to have it reversed if the government of Alberta has very strict parameters around how that funding is distributed.
Okay, so you heard that. So because you made the comments, I will leave it to you. If you would like to make that, then you're more than welcome to make an amendment, and then we'll have that debate on that. If not, you can pull that and then maybe bring it back after some clarity when we look at the fees and charges next year.
Sorry, I'm just reading our internal chat here that gives some, maybe if you give me some time to read this, consider it, come back to me.
Okay, I will come back to you. Councillor Hansard.
Your worship, I think we need to remember that we're not the service provider. Is this not under Spruce Groves as the service provider for regional transit? And as such, we are basically going along with what they do. If they are working on a grant with federal and/or provincial dollars attached to that item, it's not really for us to amend. We may not like it, then vote down the whole everything, I guess, because you don't like that one piece. Our job probably for doing this kind of thing was several weeks ago when we were working on budget, and not to be doing that now, because now we're going to hand off a research project to the general manager to find out information to come back to us so we can pass this whole thing in December in order for the fees and everything to kick in. It makes no sense. So I think that's a discussion for later, for next year. And then in the meantime, the general manager can find out what that really means. And I think we'll go, oh yes, okay, that makes sense when he does come back to us. Now is not the time to try to alter that. Our discomfort level should have come forward earlier on the process. I will not support that amendment motion.
Okay, so currently there is no amendment on there. As Councillor Meyer, Deputy Mayor, has mentioned that he's going to...
Oh, he's holding back?
And that has not been accepted and is not an amendment. That's why I went to you to provide any additional comments on the fees and charges.
Maybe he'll withdraw it now.
It's not withdrawn, it's not even on the table, Councillor. Okay, any more comments and questions on the fees and charges? See, now I'll just let Councillor Meyer finish reading, Deputy Mayor, but I'm going to provide some comments. I definitely appreciate the time that staff has taken to get the numbers together for us. As we're all aware, and those that are privy and understand municipal government and how it works is fees and charges change everything. So when we make a dollar change here, they have to go back into the system and make the dollar change on the system, and there's a trickle effect on everything that happens. So it is a lot of work, and definitely appreciate the staff's time to get into this point. I appreciate the fact that they understood what we're talking about in terms of the current fees and charges in the building development side. It just doesn't kind of jive that there's a commitment for a workshop for council to have that conversation. And just maybe to reaffirm that's where we want to be in terms of rates. Do we want to be at the 50 percentile? Do we want to be at the 75 percentile of rates, or the 25%? That's a conversation and a policy decision that will be made by council. And there is that commitment going forward. And I think, as mentioned by the general manager, that is not written in stone, but that's what we've been doing in terms of our other policies and throughout the organization. We looked at the new taxation bylaw we did for non-residential. We looked at all 13 municipalities in the Edmonton Metro region, and our rate is the middle of that pack. When we look at salary comparisons for our staff, when the salary review is done, the policy is to be in the middle of that pack. So I think administration took that and said, you know what, if we're going to look at fees and charges for development permits, we're going to be at that middle of that pack. But we haven't had that formal discussion, so looking forward to that during our workshop. Councilor Pletchko.
Thank you for some of the clarification on that aspect of it. I think one of the things that really puzzled me when I looked through this was the inconsistency of being able to decide what those rates were for my residents and being able to understand where they come from and how they come from there. It was said a while ago that it's quite important as we make decisions for our community that we have full understandings. And when we're not getting clarity on those understandings, I find it very hard to make decisions sitting at this table, especially when I walk back out into the community and my local people ask me how that decision was made. So for me, I struggle with this whole presentation that we have here tonight and not being able to get the answers that I require for the local people and better yet for my own personal understanding of how we get to each one of the things. As it was said, you know, the numbers that are reflected here really mean nothing, whether they're pennies, quarters, nickels, or dimes. What needs to be understood is how we arrive at them numbers so that we can make those good decisions sitting up here. So unless the wisdom of council tells me different tonight, I may not be able to support this tonight.
Okay. Councilor Meyer, Deputy Mayor, back to you.
Listening to the wisdom of my fellow councillors and Councillor Hansard, I think you're right. First off, some internal messaging here. It looks like the program itself runs for about 3 months for newcomers. And I would also say, yes, these types of concerns would have best been addressed ahead of time. And so maybe that might be a discussion for corporate strategy or strategic retreat, sorry. But I won't pursue this evening. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other? Councillor Hansard, go ahead.
Your Worship, I just want to understand what we're doing here. So when I spoke before, I thought I was speaking to an amendment motion, and then, of course, you wisely remind me, we don't have an amendment motion because a decision was made to hold back on that. So now I'd like to speak to what it is we're going to be voting on. And we're talking about these fees, is that correct? We're talking about the whole presentation and everything we've been talking about for quite a while now this evening. And I'm not prepared to pass it tonight. I'm glad we have, is this first?
This is first reading, yes.
First reading. Generally speaking, I like to pass first reading. But I like to leave my space on the other side in case I don't want to pass it fully in the future. I'm not prepared to pass it with all of these fees as they're listed here. And so what I think we've said clearly, and administration has indicated to us that they hear us, that these numbers need to be cleaned up. And there were some additional questions put to the general manager, Hill, and I believe Newstead, that they've got to make some changes. So those changes plus all of these numbers need to be cleaned up before I can raise my hand to pass all of this. My intention is to pass these fees, and I do want to tell you why I would say that. In a subsequent reading, second, third reading, I would be inclined to vote for the changes because Stony Plain has traditionally, I do want to say, by the way, thank you to Councillor Laurie, because he's a very quick study on research. So he checked on his computer and discovered that we haven't had big significant changes in fees in 2017, 2019, whatever other years. And that tells me we have not had a thorough look at things, and a decision was not made to go over everything and just raise some fees. Traditionally, for many years, Stony Plain has been a bit behind the 8 ball on our fees being similar to our neighboring municipalities and other municipalities similar to us, perhaps even in the province. And what does that mean? It means that we have not brought in those additional pieces, some small, of revenue that the town requires in order to maintain all of the facilities, ball diamonds, fencing, lighting, all of those things. I have no problem with us raising some fees because the current users should be paying. It's a simple philosophy, and it will carry us far if we remember it. The current users should be paying when there is a fee involved. We do have things we don't charge anything for, like our water park and others that people can enjoy without having to pay. However, I don't need to be an administrator. I don't need to dig in and understand each and every number. I would like to have some confidence that administration has done that and that they have come up with numbers that make sense and won't turn people from wanting to be involved in our community to go to other communities. However, we cannot continue to give everything away. Sooner or later, we have to pay the bill. And the bill is getting higher and higher, as we all know, because we can judge by our own residents what our utility charges are up. And think about the lights on a ball diamond. Think about all these things, running mowers and everything else that it takes to keep everything in the kind of condition it needs to be in so that people can use it. So I'm okay with the fees being raised, but I would like things cleaned up, and we've been very clear about that to administration. I'd love to see this come back in December and pass in December so these fees can be implemented in January. But I'm not prepared to pass anything beyond second reading this evening. And I think that's the wisdom I'll share right now. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Councillor Hansard. I think your comments are well heard, and I think that's referenced in page 144 of our agenda package in terms of what you talked about giving a lot of things away in terms of our fiscal plan with our residential taxes and just a little below the midpoint, but our commercial taxes or non-resident taxes are second lowest in the region. So there is absolutely right that we're not able to build reserves and build things that we need to do because we're not properly taxing the individuals that are here using our services. Members of council, any other questions, comments, and debates on the motion? Councillor Anderson, go ahead.
One of the, I think, best pieces of advice I received coming into council over the last couple of years was to stay true to myself and what I value. And so I've struggled sitting here tonight whether I should or shouldn't speak up based on the conversation around the table. And so based on that premise of staying true to what I believe, I think I would like to offer well, I think I will be offering some comments on this. There's nothing here presented to us this evening that I believe to be detrimental to our community. I think our administration has done some work to try to find numbers, as has been explained to us this evening, that is based on comparable municipalities within the region. And that the intent was to come in at that 50th or just under that 50th percentile. And I think maybe the miss this evening was the indication that a percentage was tied to that, because we clearly can see that there are some different percentages applied here. But on no level do I believe our administration pulled out of thin air some numbers. And, going through them here and based on the discourse around the table that, we haven't had any increases or major increases over the last little while, yet this evening we've debated some cost overruns for Arrow Utilities and the impact that that's having on our municipality. We've looked at our capital projects over the last few years and the increases that exist there and the impact that it's going to have for us. The question's been asked a couple of times, I think, around the table is, do we have a policy for that? Is that something that we've identified in policy? We have understandings around staffing coming in at that 50th percentile, but do we for our fees and licenses and that sort of thing? And from what I've heard, it sounds like that's not there yet. And to me, that's the governance piece that I think our council needs to consider. And I've heard that asked at the council table for that moving forward this year, and I've heard administration respond to that in terms of a willingness to look at the process and how these numbers are determined, not just a survey of comparable municipalities and trying to come in at that 50th percentile. And so as much as there may be a governance piece there for us to consider as we move forward that isn't in place yet, I maybe don't share the same concern around the dollars and cents. We add GST to everything, and so those numbers, for the most part, aren't going to be a nice round dollar anyway, once they're processed. And, maybe someone's not coming just for one fee, but they're doing their electrical permits and plumbing permits, whatever it is, and now it's fees on fees, and, we're looking at, quarters anyway, and whatever that might look like. And so, based on the review that I've seen, based on the research that I've done, looking at comparables in terms of, swimming lesson costs and those sorts of things, I think there is some alignment there for us. I think as we move forward, there is a piece that council has in terms of providing greater direction, but that conversation, I believe, has been had and answered and will be scheduled in the future. And so based on those things, I am comfortable that administration has presented us with something that we can certainly work with to move our community forward. We have an administration that does 1,000,001 things that I think us at this table can't even begin to understand. And I struggle a little bit asking administration to go back to rework some pennies and some nickels and dimes to bring that to us for further review. And so based on, again, what I see, I'm comfortable with the understanding there will be some further conversation around the process, but I am comfortable with what's presented to us this evening.
Thank you, Councilor Anderson. Any more comments and debate on the motion? Okay. Seeing none, I will provide my comments. I tend to believe that our administration did the best job they could based on the parameters and what they believe that council wants. Do I need to see the numbers to make sure that it is the 50% mark or the 48th percent mark or the 52nd percent? No. If we don't have the trust in our administration, then they shouldn't be sitting there. Okay. I do have that trust in our administration. I've seen that time over time, year over year, that what they're bringing back as the policies that they believe is best for our communities, which most in line with what council believes. There's some questions raised around the pennies, the odd numbers, and the commentary. Yes, those are some of my concerns. That's what we need to address, and then that's, as part of the governance, administration has said that, yes, we'll have that workshop so we can talk about it and confirm those. What is our policy on fees and charges? And we had questions about, is it comparable to our regional neighbors? What does that mean? Does it mean it's equal to what they are? Or is it the average of the two of them, and then we take the middle point? Everybody has a different idea of what comparable to our municipal neighbors' means. That is where our discussion is. So I will be supporting the motions going forward. I think, as mentioned by Councilor Anderson, this is a good fees and charges that matches our corporate plan of what we want to do, how we want to see our community proceed and grow. So I ask all members of the council to do support it. Okay. With that, any last comments? Call the question. All in favor? Opposed? Okay, that's defeated. Okay, so administration with the fees and charges defeated. So that goes back to administration. So we need to have fees and charges approved by the end of the year. Our next meeting is, or actually our only meeting till then, and the next year is December 14th. Is it possible to bring it back 14th?
I believe I'm being told the 11th, but
11th? Okay.
yeah. But yeah, Your Worship, the answer to that would be yes.
Okay, and this is an issue that we have on this council, in this conversation, because each member of council wanted something different or spoke differently to the fees and charges. So what is the administration supposed to bring back? Do we need the assurance that the fees that were presented is the 50% mark? I need a yes or no, guys. Because if not, this is the recommendation the administration has brought back to us. They will bring it back. Councilor Lowry.
Thank you, Your Worship. I think I was very clear in my comments, the portion of the fees and charges bylaw that I'm uncomfortable with and that allowed me to vote in the way that I did. It was very clear. From 2019 to 2023, we did not have much in the way at all of changes in our development permits. I have been taking a quick look throughout this agenda since we got this agenda, and I don't see a necessary alignment. I see some of ours that are equal, I see some of ours that are more, I see some of ours that are less. As was said by the town manager in respect to other areas of the fees and charges bylaw, these are cumulative of decisions that council makes throughout the year, of policy decisions that council makes, etc. I have not seen a policy come forward in respect to the development permit fees. So what I am asking for is I'm asking for, at minimum, at least some background or information as to the comparators that were used and to confirm that we do sit in that. And then, yes, I would like to see a policy conversation going forward on it as well. But I think my comments were very clear when I spoke to it about the portions of the fees and charges bylaw that I was having an issue with and that I would like to see more administrative information on when it comes back to council.
Okay. So background on the fees, so they'll come up and say, this is what we looked at and this is the average that we are presenting.
Yes, so for instance, Your Worship, when I see a fee like our single detached dwelling going from $150 to $200 on that unit, that's a 33% increase on that fee. And we have had no increase on that fee in 5 years. So again, if this was a small increment and something that we saw changing regularly and it had an ebb and flow to it, I wouldn't have as much as an issue. But when we're talking about things like when we're looking at the subdivisions and all of a sudden you're talking about something that changes with a base fee and then a per unit fee, if somebody comes forward with a multi-unit dwelling that has 100 units in it, right now that fee changes by over $5,000. It's not a dollar, it's not pennies, it's not nickels, it's not dimes. We're talking about thousands of dollars in difference in these permits. And so in order to make a decision, in order to support what I see in front of me, yes, I believe I require more information on that.
Okay. Yes, to administration, is that captured? So it's the background on where the fees originated and why, supporting documents of why they're presented at the amount that they are.
Yeah, Your Worship, thanks for the opportunity to speak to it. We would do our level best to take in some of the commentary from this evening and reflect that in the fees and bylaw, the bylaw coming back on December 11th.
Okay. Okay, so that's one thing that they'll bring back to verify or provide support of why they're recommending the fees. Another thing we heard talk around the table is, do we round them up from 0.02, 12 to even numbers? I've heard some comments of yes and some comments of no. So where are we sitting at that?
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. The roundup from one to the other does not matter. What I'm looking for is a consistency in what we're getting. It goes back to being able to answer that question to my residents, and I cannot do that. I don't know where we're at. When I look, as we're sitting here, at the competitors out there, I'm not sure we're at the 50%, because when I do my math again, unless somebody can correct me, we are higher than the 50% percentile. So I need to have an understanding, a clear understanding of what it is, how we've achieved our fees, and how we're going to move forward with it. And I really would like to see a good policy so that going forward, we know exactly where this sits. And I get that the policy won't be done for our next meeting, fully prepared to pass, having an understanding on what those fees are and how we've attained those fees. So when somebody says to me, Harold, I just looked at Parkland County and you're 80% of Parkland County and you're telling me it's 50%, I need to be able to tell them that it's actually 80%. So that's what I'm looking for, is the answers to how we've arrived at these numbers.
Okay, so that's similar to what Councillor Laurie wanted, just some background information on that. So you're not worried about the cents and 12 cents, 13 cents, just give us that consistency so that we, when we go to a resident, say, well, this is the percentage.
That's correct. What stands out in what we have is the pennies, really is what it is what brought the forefront to the question is, how do we achieve this? Because on all of our other ones that I've looked at, they're all rounded numbers, whether it's 10%, 8%, whatever it is. At that point in time, it really didn't matter. But now I have a clear understanding of what we don't know. And I think that's what really stood out for me more than anything, is what I don't know about what these fees look like.
Okay, and the waste contract will never be an even amount because that's a cost that's contracted out and then just divided up to them. So that will never be, that's just a straight cost.
They can all have small numbers on them for all, that does, the little 32, 26, 66, 60, that doesn't matter. It's just the clear understanding.
Councillor, thank you. Councillor Hansard, you made a big comment about having round numbers.
Mr. Mayor, yes, I did. And I want to be real clear. I'm not talking 3, 305, 350, 375, 4. I'm looking at just get rid of the pennies, and I'm happy to see it rounded up, and yes, it'll be a little bit extra in our budget. We don't have to worry about if the budget's going down or the revenue is going down. So that seems to me to be really clear. I also want to get clarification from you, Mr. Mayor. I'm not sure what I'm hearing here about Parkland County being at 80%, or we're at 80% of Parkland County. I think we need to be commensurate with our regional partners. I mean, if somebody wants to develop here, it becomes a choice as to whether they want to build here or build in Spruce Grove. Are they going to come here because we're charging half, 50% of the fees that Spruce Grove charges? I think we ought to be very similar to what they charge for development fees. I must say, throughout the budget process, several times, comments were made. This is what happens when we have councils that pass budgets, and for 10 years there's zero tax increase, and somewhere along the line we have to play catch up. Well, I'm going to pull that line right here. We haven't raised our fees that much. For years, Councillor Laurie says, we haven't been consistent in raising incrementally, and so we've got a catch-up year going on here. And I don't mean to catch up out of the bottle. I'm talking about we're trying to put ourselves on a somewhat equal basis to what other municipalities around us are getting when somebody wants to develop, or what they're getting when they're renting a ball diamond or an arena. I'm just saying that I think we need to stop being so worried that this seems like a lot. It is a lot. We haven't raised our fees. So how do we do that? Can we do it all in 1 year? I don't think they've tried to do it all in 1 year. They've done a sizable amount here in this particular budget. But what's a crying shame is that we're doing this at the end of November, and we're trying to have some fees in place for January, a little over 1 month away, with a big holiday smacked in the middle of that. So what I'm thinking is, I can be somewhat in agreement with Councilors Laurie and Palechko, but I don't want to be at a halfway point. I don't want to be 50% of Spruce Grove's fees for a development permit. I don't want to be at 80% of Parkland County's. I want to be somewhere where we are receiving a proper amount of money for people to develop in this town. It takes a lot of money to do that. Somebody building 100 units of housing, I mean, really, $5,000, you think that's going to stop them? I don't think so. That's my industry. I don't think that's stopping people from wanting to develop here. So that isn't the issue. It's whether or not this council says, yes, we do need to raise our fees, and this looks like a very big mouthful we've bitten off here, but now is the time to get this cleaned up. Going forward, should councils continue to have courage to do so, this will look very, very differently in years to come. Somewhere along the line, somebody's got to make the corrective action. So I don't have the demand to know and understand every little thing, every little line by line by line. If that's what council wants to do, we can begin that in the new year for the next budget. But we need to do something here to get these fees up. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your comments, Councillor Hansard. So you're pretty good with things, just let's clean up those little things so it's not 20 cents, it's 0. If it's not 80 cents, it's 0, so you bump it up so it's, okay, so I see that. And in terms of 50%, just gonna provide some clarity there. It's not 50% of what our regional neighbors are charging. It's 50% of the average. So for example, if Parkland County is charging 90% for development permit and City of Spruce Grove is charging $100 for permit, we add those two together and divide that up, and the 50% is 100. So we'll be charging $100. So that is the 50% mark, not 50% of what they're paying. Okay. So we're not talking about charging half of what they're paying. We're just charging what the average is the 50% tile mark. Councillor Loynes, what do you want to see come back?
Thank you, Your Worship. I agree with my colleagues. I'd like to see it cleaned up. I'd like to understand where exactly this percentage is coming from. Again, yes, the pennies is what the pennies show, but I would like better understanding as to why the pennies are where they're at.
Okay. Deputy Mayor, anything that you want to come back?
Well, I was just, I was wondering if, since it got defeated, if administration would have time to maybe look into the low-income, newcomer, low-income thing and maybe bring some information, see if that's something that we can even pursue, or if it's not our program. And
Okay, so I guess just provide some clarity on the program.
yeah, that would be great.
Your Worship, I can provide that clarity now. I do have some language that was provided to me with the City of Spruce Grove and the low income and the newcomer are specific languages in the agreement with the government of Alberta. So as I stated earlier, newcomer would receive a discount based on a parameter, which was 3 months, has been clarified. After that, they're a regular citizen and they would pay the regular rate related to transit. If they fall into that low-income category, they would just move into that low income versus newcomer. So as an example, new Canadian comes to City of Spruce Grove, Town of Stony Plain. Under the low-income transit program, they qualify. The first 3 months, the rate is what the rate is stated in the fees and schedules bylaw. Month 4, they would be paying a low-income fee based on the category of their demographic, so youth, adult, whatever the case may be. And that's included in the agreement with the Government of Alberta, so for the Town of Stony Plain to adjust that fee schedule would not likely be favorable for us.
Okay, so that answers your question? Yeah, that answers. Okay. That's one less thing to bring back. Councillor Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think, again, listening to some of the comments and discourse around the table, when I reflect back on what was going on, even in the world in 2019, it was the start of COVID, and I believe we set some rates. 2020, everything shut down. And, I certainly believe there was a desire to incentivize as much as we could ongoing development in an uncertain world. And so I'm not surprised by any means that we saw very little in increases in some of our fees and permits, because that's the world that we lived in. Having said that, it's also the reason that we are seeing the increases that we see now in user fees and groceries and development costs and building materials and all of these sorts of things. One of my takeaways from this evening, and I think in listening to council and members of this council who have sat much longer than I have, is the importance of the current residents paying for what they receive today. And, based on the information that I believe has been shared with us as council, it sounds like there was that recognition that our fees needed to increase, otherwise that wouldn't have happened, and needed to increase based on the realities that we face today. And so, in some ways I feel like I'm receiving some mixed messages in terms of, needing for us to charge what the charge is. And we saw things through our corporate plan that, cost of borrowing for the rec center went from 2% over 3 years to 3% over 2 years, because that's the cost that we're paying today, and we're not trying to borrow from tomorrow. And so I don't see, anything here that I believe is detrimental to our community. I think based on the policies that are or not in place and the direction that has or hasn't been given, that, we've been presented with something that is administration's best understanding of what we're looking for and their best understanding of the current fiscal environment in our region and in our municipality. And so I certainly appreciate some of the commentary about some of the cleanup and some of the explanations that are being asked for. I'm not sure that I need that level of detail in the discourse around the justification. I can appreciate why it's asked for, but want to thank administration for the work that went into this, and I do want to encourage council to recognize that these increases are substantial, but so is the cost of everything else that we've been doing, and that's the reality coming out of a very uncertain time post 2019.
Thanks for your comments, Councillor Anderson. So you're just looking forward to whatever comes forward and then making your choice then. Okay. In terms of what I'm looking for, I think it's been covered. I think I'm looking forward to just seeing some of the numbers that come forward to, justify the recommendations that administration has brought forward. And then definitely that's the fees and charges we'll be reviewing on the 11th as we go forward. Okay, moving on to business items, number 9 of our agenda. And it is 9.1, and it's the on-transit. That was a carryover motion from the corporate plan. Go ahead, administration.
Your Worship, members of council, during our November 6th to November 8th corporate plan meeting, motion was provided related to the City of Spruce Grove and their dealings with on-demand transit, as there was some indication that they were making some additional adjustments over and above what was captured in our recommended corporate plan that was tabled for the start of the meeting on November 6th. What was captured in our corporate plan was one additional bus added Monday to Friday, so weekday service between the hours of 5 a.m. and 6:30 p.m. During peak hours, the bus numbers would change from 4 buses to 5 buses, and during non-peak hours, the buses were changed from 3 buses to 4 buses. So that would assist with some of the demand that we're currently seeing related to the usage of the on-demand system. So that rate basically in our corporate plan represented a 0.22% increase to our overall transit contract. City of Spruce Grove had their debate on the same evenings that we did. They made a motion after we concluded our corporate plan meetings, and their motion was to add Saturday service between the hours of 8 and 10 p.m. With 2 buses. Our proportionate cost of that particular service is $57,000, which is a 0.29% increase. Based on the motion, administration was to bring back that information to council so that council understood the numbers that have been captured in the corporate plan, and if they deemed appropriate to not follow the City of Spruce Grove's motion of Saturday service or adding that additional service, then council had the option. The full impact of transit, which is a 0.51% increase or $101,000, has been included in the recommended corporate plan, which is the next item on the agenda. And it does include the Saturday service. What's important to recognize is the on-demand service is operated between ourselves, Parkland County, and Spruce Grove. This particular service would add buses that would operate in Spruce Grove. If the town of Stony Plain chose not to move forward with this particular initiative, then the buses would run in Spruce Grove only. However, the ridership between our two communities is quite large. Typically in societies, when we start adding transit, when communities start to grow and we add transit, the evolution is we continue to add more days and more service for people to get and navigate through our communities. Typically, when we're seeing from a social perspective, those that don't have reliable transportation or access to transportation, the limitation Monday to Friday, they can still navigate and get around and do what they need to do. Adding the extra buses during those peak times and through the midday certainly will assist a lot of our residents in terms of getting some of their duties done Monday to Friday. Adding the Saturday service just adds another dimension to people's ability to get around and get some of their essential services done and completed on 6 days a week versus the 5 day a week. I think, Mr. Mayor, I'll just leave it at that. That's the information that we gleaned from the City of Spruce Grove and some of the commentary and decisions that they made related to transit and adding additional service over and above that 13.5 hours added to our weekday service.
Okay, thank you for your presentation. Any questions for clarity and understanding? Councilor Laurie, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just a question through you to the General Manager. You mentioned with what the City of Spruce Grove had proposed that it was an increase of 2 buses. And I just want clarity, and I think I'll read it here in the lead sheet as well. Should we choose to include that service as well, that actually increases it from 2 to 3 buses. So both municipalities would benefit from having an extra bus. It wouldn't just be 1 bus for Stony Plain and 2 buses for Spruce Grove. It would be 3 that would serve both communities, correct?
Your Worship, through to Councillor Laurie, correct. The on-demand system is not specific to buses per community. It would be, if it's 3 buses, because we're in on that proportionate share, and that provided us an opportunity to run 3, 4, 5 buses, it would be the circuit would be, and the demand would be operated with that number of units.
Okay, thank you. Anything else? Councillor Anderson, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Can, through you, sir, to you, administration, can you maybe give us just a quick overview of the current process that you go through with our neighbors that are partners in transit in making service level decisions? In the example that was brought forward or the initiative that was brought forward into a corporate plan, obviously some increase there. What goes into those conversations, and how do you determine what to bring back to council in the corporate planning process?
Your Worship, through to Councillor Anderson, I'll try to make this very quick. We're fortunate. We get a lot of data from our contractors. We get a lot of data from ridership, and the ability for us to go back and look at where the peak times are and how many riders are riding the bus at what time. Because we're on an on-demand system, if someone requests a bus at a specific time and they don't get that bus, we have data that says, here's where some of the failed rides are starting to occur. Through that, and through the analytics from the contractor, and they make recommendations to us saying, if you added here, if you subtracted here, if we adjusted here, here would be the likely outcome for your service. Sometimes we can make those adjustments within budget, and it just is an enhancement to the overall service. We're at a time now where on-demand is quite popular. It's probably, over the fixed route system, it's probably added the most flexibility to both of our communities with respect to people getting on transit and utilizing transit. We're not the only community in the region that is utilizing on-demand. I think it's something that's evolved, and it's certainly something that I think people are seeing tremendous benefit from. Based on that, we have a conversation regionally with respect to, does this make sense to do this? What are the cost implications? Can we do it in the current service year? Is this a corporate plan item that needs to be moved forward? The on-demand, when we start to see a specific percentage of ridership that's not able to be met, then it becomes more of a topic and more of a conversation. And if it's early in the season or within the contract year or the operating year, likely we might put something in the chamber sooner, and it would be a one-off discussion that we would have to have with council based on what we're seeing. Whether that was funded, but it would certainly be something that if we're seeing a sharp decline in the service level for transit, we would certainly be in chambers quicker. This particular circumstance, I think we started to see the impact on demand of higher demand on people wanting the service later in the operational cycle. So we were able to hold off and put it through as a corporate plan initiative for council to debate and discuss. With that, increasing that weekday service, I think weekend service has always been a topic of conversation, and leading into weekend service was likely held off in terms of a topic or even broaching that particular service level increase until such time that our two communities started to demand it. I think the on-demand system may have brought that forward a lot quicker than a fixed route system, but we don't have a fixed route system, so I can't compare the two. But certainly there are some people in our community that are asking for Saturday service, and when that might be happening, City of Spruce Grove is certainly getting that same query.
Go ahead.
Thank you for that, and I appreciate the context for those discussions. With the, I don't know if disbandment is the right word, but with EMTSC no longer working on transit in the Greater Edmonton region, we've heard a couple of times in chambers about not necessarily an official tri-region transportation commission or anything like that, but just some discourse and some commentary around the work that's being done on a tri-region level, but also on a Greater Edmonton level with some of the other surrounding municipalities. And so just wondering if you have, just a brief update for us where sort of those conversations are currently.
Your Worship, through to Councillor Anderson, certainly on the local tri-regional level, there are staff members that get together frequently and discuss transit. Not only do they discuss transit, but we go through the data to ensure that things are tracking correctly, or some of the assumptions that have been made related to trends are certainly correct. So there's a lot of theory confirmation, and there's also a lot of work done around where should we expand, what are we hearing, what can we do. So there's a lot of strategizing, there's a lot of analysis of the current, and there's certainly some tweaking of the existing system at that sub-regional level. Related to sub-regional, of course, commuter is another conversation, so we're not just talking local. The commuter system certainly is another. City of Spruce Grove is in the midst of their park and ride on the east side of the City of Spruce Grove. And certainly that will have some impact on transit as we continue moving forward related to both commuter and both the on-demand system. So once that opens up, we're likely talking about some other challenges that might evolve or some other things that we might be aware of, and again, would be tracking and confirming some of our assumptions on that particular opening of that particular infrastructure. On the regional side, so Edmonton Metro region, so the larger regional, there's every 2 months, there's a group of subject matter transit experts that meet and chat about what might be a larger regional system moving forward. A lot of that conversation is based on individual transit services parachuting into the city of Edmonton and then navigating their way from there. At some point, it may work to a type of system where we can go from here to Fort Saskatchewan without having to go through the city of Edmonton. It might be different routing that does not necessitate us a person taking 3 to 4 different transfers within the city of Edmonton to get to Sherwood Park, as an example. So there's a lot of work that has to be done on that particular endeavor. It's not something that will be rolled out next year. That particular group reports to the regional CAO group, and they get most of their direction is provided by that CAO group, regional CAO group. So at this point, there's been some high, medium, low priorities that have been set by that particular group for that group to focus on. Again, there's 13 or so communities. The big push is sub-regionally. You should be perfecting your sub-region, and then those perfected sub-regions can then start to move into more of that regional component. I think some of the challenges with the EMTSC, and I can just reference like Leduc County, Beaumont, they seem to be at the table chatting a bit more about transit and how it impacts their 3. Because Stony Plain, Spruce Grove, Parkland County had such a good sub-regional, some of them are looking to us as, that makes a lot of sense for you to put some energy into that sub-regional conversation, then start putting some energy into that larger regional perspective. So I think those are the focuses that people are starting to look at. You definitely have your heavy hitters in terms of transit in the region. St. Albert, Edmonton, Strathcona, and Leduc is probably on the fringe of one of the bigger centers that is offering transit. And they're all operating differently. So at this point, to summarize, we have regional CAOs directing subject matter experts in transit on some of that larger regional transit delivery. We have local administration working in that sub-regional and strengthening our on-demand service and our commuter service into the city of Edmonton.
Thank you. Certainly answers that question for me. Mr. Mayor, I may have another question, but I will certainly concede the mic to hear from my colleagues.
Okay, thank you. Members of Council, any other questions, comments regarding the information on 9.1 about the regional transit? Okay, just in terms of a question, sir, I'm reading the motion that was passed at our corporate plan. So this is coming back, so this is the background information, and then to make the service levels consistent with the 2 municipalities, is that the reason why this was built into the corporate plan?
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. Again, just to be of note, though, this RFD was provided to kind of cover off, there's comments in that motion about decision items. So, I mean, this was brought forward at the, prior to the rest of the corporate plan. And just to be quick too, then your comment, Your Worship, about consistency. Yeah, when, as our understanding, it's, Spruce Grove has approved this change. So our recommendation would be to align with that change, and that's why it's included in the corporate plan.
Okay, thank you. Okay, see nothing else, so members of council, there is a option there that if council feels that they'd like to remove it, so the option is to remove it after we accept this for information, if that is possible. If not, then it carries on into the corporate plan and it's included in there. Deputy Mayor, you have your hand up, it looks like.
Sorry, I was just curious for clarity. We're still talking about the 9.1, and your comment there, it's included in the corporate plan. That would be the whole thing, or just looking at, because I'm flipping to 9.2, and the second bullet from the bottom, to extend hours on demand transit, blah, 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 which equated to 57,000. So I'm just curious if when you say it's included in the corporate plan, I don't see how, what would our tax rate basically be if we approve 9.1? Is that assumed in 9.2? Is that what I hear you guys saying?
That is correct.
Okay, so then that number, tax rate of 9.9, whatever it is. 9.5, yeah. That includes both the weekend 0.29 and the increased weekday service 0.22.
No, so in the corporate plan, we discussed the increased weekday service was already contemplated and added.
Okay.
The motion was the added Saturday service, which was a contingent motion on City of Spruce Grove. So that increase of $57,000 has raised the proposed tax increase to 9.95.
Okay. All right, thank you.
So if council does not want it, under options on page 80 is that the council can make a motion to remove the added Saturday service from the recommended 2024-26 corporate plan. Okay, no more questions? Councilor Laurie, motion please.
Thank you, Your Worship. I just want to check quickly. You're good? Okay, thank you. I'll move then on 9.1, that Town Council accept the on-demand transit report for information.
Okay. So moving on to questions of clarity and understanding and debate. Again, receiving for information, as the motion says, to make it consistent with the motion and what is provided in City of Spruce Grove. It has been added to the corporate plan. So if anyone wants to move it out, the option is there on page 80 after we accept the motion to accept it for information. Okay, any debate for the motion to accept for information? Call the question, all in favor? Opposed? Okay. That is carried 6. Okay, moving on to the second part. Does any member of council want to make a motion to remove it from the corporate plan? Councilor Anderson?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just looking for the wording here. My apologies.
Your Worship, just a point of order. Should we not have that as an amending motion to 9.2? Should we not open the item 9.2, and then if somebody wishes to remove it, it would be an amending motion within 9.2? Just look to our administration for confirmation.
Administration?
Through your worship, sorry, to Councillor Laurie, what are you trying to amend in here?
So I'm not trying to amend. The mayor asked before going to 9.2, after accepting 9.1, he then asked if anybody wanted to make a motion to remove it from the corporate plan. But since the corporate plan is item 9.2, and that would then be an amending motion to 9.2, would that not be the more appropriate place for that motion to exist, rather than it's a standalone motion without an agenda item?
Through your worship to Councillor Laurie, it's often cleaner to put a motion on the floor if you're looking to make a change based on the item that was on the agenda, which was the transit item. It would tie to that. To put the motion on the floor of the corporate plan and then make amendments could get very messy. So I would just suggest that you keep the item that's on the agenda with any motions that are going to be made with respect to that prior to going into the corporate plan.
Okay.
Thank you for that, but my understanding, wouldn't that have, if we've accepted the motion on 9.1, the item is now done. That motion should have been made before the motion to accept the information on 9.1, should it not have?
Through your worship to Councillor Laurie, when you accept an item for information, you're accepting it for information. It doesn't necessarily mean you've closed the item off. You've accepted the report that was provided to council for information. If council so wished to make a motion outside of that with respect to that item, that would be appropriate.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. And members of council, I'm just looking back at our previous conversation regarding the aerial utilities as we came in last minute. We debated that, we passed that motion, and then when we talked about the user fees and charges, it was as amended because we passed the motion above that, that changed the user fees. So this is similar here, is we're gonna make a motion, if we change it, then it is as amended. Okay, go ahead, Councillor Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is certainly one that I've wrestled back and forth with because on matters of transit, I tend to defer to Councillor Laurie's expertise and experience in these matters, his role on EMTSC and so on. You know, I don't make this motion because I'm actually opposed to the service level change that's being proposed here, or that we did accept for information. I do think that there is a segment of our population that wants to see this in place over the weekend. But it's not necessarily the conversation or discourse that I'm hearing in my immediate circle. And what I'm hearing is that there is, yes, a desire to increase our transit service levels, but it's more related to commuter service and increasing our service into Edmonton. And so when I look at a proposal to increase our service level that will affect our tax base, for me, I think it needs to align with the conversation that I'm hearing personally in the community. And so I put this motion forward based on those personal conversations. You know, this is a bit of a field of dreams sort of one for me where I truly believe if we added this service that residents would make use of it. And that's why I think I struggled with this one a little bit. But again, it's not the conversation that I feel is the most prominent. So that's kind of my first point. My second point is just related to a matter of process. And I had this conversation with my council colleagues a little bit about, you know, specific serve levels coming from council to administration. We've heard this evening about the sub-regional group that meets regularly using analytics and, you know, all of these sorts of things, a data-driven process to make recommendations to council in the corporate plan about service levels that they believe should be offered based on the hard sort of data that they're seeing and the analyzation, I don't know if that's a word, but analyzing that data and seeing what trends do come out of that. And so, you know, as we move forward with transit, I look forward to hearing from administration in terms of the conversations that are being had at a sub-regional level in terms of the service offerings that they're hearing, not just anecdotally, but what the data and the analytics are showing. So again, you know, my motion to remove this isn't because I believe it's bad. I just don't believe it's necessarily what's best for our municipality based on the conversation that I'm hearing when I engage with residents.
Okay. Thank you. So your motion is the option there that says that council remove the added Saturday service from the recommended 24?
My apologies. I thought I had already went through that, but we got paused. So yeah, let me put that on the floor. Sorry. I'll move that council remove the added Saturday service from the recommended 2024 to 2026 corporate plan.
Okay. Thank you. Administration, can you pull that up, please?
Your worship, they're working on it, I believe, so should be up in a second.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Councilor Anderson, for your opening comments and bringing the motion to the floor. Members of council, questions for clarity, understanding, and debate. Councilor Laurie, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. I was just looking for it in my email, and I cannot find it because I think it was provided to us as a written copy. We did ask the questions in regards to the increase in service for the commuter line. And it was, I think, waiting on our desks when we came back that day, and I don't seem to have a digital copy, and I don't have my written copy with me. We did contemplate the increase in commuter service to the town of Stony Plain, that extension. I'm just wondering if the general manager or the town manager would happen to have that handy so that we can get a context of the cost difference between these two service level increases.
General Manager, do you have that?
So thank you. So, Your Worship, I
Looking
can
forward- go ahead.
continue on if you'd like.
Go ahead.
Thank you. So in addition to that, I actually really appreciate the comment around the data-driven processes. Unfortunately, we didn't necessarily get any data in respect to this, but the City of Spruce Grove does. It states right in the motion that council, under the on-demand transit weekday service reliability enhancements business case. So they actually had the business case on this. It's unfortunate that for some reason we didn't. I'm not sure why we wouldn't get that same type of information. What we did get is we did get the cost. There were several options that were on the table, including the extension of the evening service, including the extension of both Saturday and Sunday service, including the extension of service to only 6 p.m. on the weekends versus 10 p.m. on the weekends. Under that business case, when Spruce Grove Council, through their debates, decided to do that, this was the option recommended by their administration. Unfortunately, we don't have an option recommended by our administration. But this evening, what we heard is our administration recommend that we remain aligned, so that should the service level have increased in one of the municipalities, that we remain in alignment with that. So I'm just going to look to the general manager to see if he has got that cost in the commuter service, because the commuter service is one of those ones that impacts us individually. Spruce Grove has that commuter service. The intention of the Edmonton Metro Transit Service Commission was to have that commuter service extended to Stony Plain as of September of actually this year, of 2023, which is part of why that request for information came from me in our corporate plan. We have a transit service that is evolving. We have a transit service that will continue to evolve. And whether it is right now, or whether it is next year, or whether it's the year after that, we will need to make increases in service to that to meet the demand and to meet the need. I would love to have had more data in respect to this, but I think the consistency is more important at this point in time than going to an inconsistent service delivery model and then finding the data later, which, from what we understand in the region, is already supported. So, again,
Administration, have you found the numbers?
Your Worship, through the Councilor Laurie, just for some clarity, my understanding is City of Spruce Grove, through their corporate plan process, what we call an executive summary, which is part of our initiatives, they call a business case. So I think I would suggest it's probably same. It's just, it's a different terminology. What was put forward at the City of Spruce Grove was equal to the 13.5 hours that we currently have in our corporate plan at that 0.22% increase. What we received, I believe, on the Tuesday evening was from the City of Spruce Grove. They debated extending weekday service to 10 p.m. They also extended Saturday service only and Saturday, Sunday service. So those were the debates. In the notes I have, there was no, unless they had conversations over and above that we didn't receive information on, the commuter service was not part of their conversations that I'm aware of. So it's just the extended weekday service to 10 p.m., which was not where they landed. Then it was the Saturday service only or the Saturday, Sunday service, and they've opted to only go with the Saturday service.
Thank you. Yeah, that's the clarification. Again, it was myself who requested the information on commuter in our corporate planning meetings, and it was brought back to us in a written form the next day. There was actually, I think, 3 different service level changes on there. There was the evening service, there was the full weekend service, and there was the commuter service.
Sorry, Your Worship, the rapid route service that was requested by Councilor Laurie from Heritage Park to what we would assume to be the east side, was an estimated $140,000 based on some really rough numbers. So at that point, yeah, it was $140,000.
Excellent, thank you. And so with that clarity, I just want to express that the increase in the commuter service is definitely something that I am also hearing. That is something that residents do want. The challenge with that right now is that the increase in the commuter service also relies on the West Winds Transit Center coming online. And so right now, that transit center is not online, and so there isn't an option for that express service between Heritage Park to West Winds and into the city. Right now, this essentially would be taking the bus that is currently going around Spruce Grove and requesting that that bus come all the way into Stony Plain, which doesn't necessarily increase the efficiency, which was the intention of the bus rapid transit route that included the Heritage Park Pavilion, where we have invested in creating the shelter and the benches and the garbages, et cetera, et cetera. So that is a service level increase that I certainly think we will have to consider, and obviously it's at a significant higher dollar. That's at $140,000 estimated right now versus the $57,000 that has been estimated today. That also will, again, be something that we have to explore once it's available. And right now, I think the availability of it is questionable, but to the point that Councillor Anderson made, we don't have the data. We don't necessarily know. And so while I support the motion or the idea of that increase in the commuter service, I don't think at this point in time it is ready. I don't think we're there yet. Where I think we are ready and where I think, we have heard residents express, we have heard some regional desire for it as well, is that increase to Saturday service. That increase to Saturday service comes at a very reasonable cost. If I'm doing my math correctly, it works out to about 13 cents per $100,000 of assessment. So in our average of 350,000, it's about 46 cents a month to add in the Saturday service level. I think it's very reasonable. I think we've heard that the consistency amongst the service delivery is desired, and so I would continue with the steadfast support of keeping that in the corporate plan.
Thank you. Thanks, Councilor. Any other questions, comments, and debate on the motion? Okay, see no hands up. I'll weigh in. I appreciate the motion, and I think I understand where it's coming from based on the commentary that Councillor Anderson has made and some of the feedback that has been provided by administration. The recommendation in our corporate plan was already based on data-driven, which our administration worked out with City of Spruce Grove. The recommendation was to extend 13 and a half hours for the week. There was talk about evening service, an extended weekday service, but that was not part of the corporate plan. Based on the numbers that they saw or the conversations that they had internally and bilaterally, it may be a budget restraint or it may be just not ready at this point in time. So I get that part. I also get the part that because we are typically running a tri-regional service in which City of Spruce Grove, Stony Plain, and Parkland County use the same on-demand transit system and app. So with us, if this is approved if this goes through as part of the corporate plan, then because it's really a tri-regional thing, then is Parkland County also making a motion to extend weekend service on Saturdays 8 to 10 a.m. or 8 a.m. to 10 p.m.? Do we know that? Administration?
Your Worship, I can confirm that this Parkland County is including this as part of their budget deliberations. The costs relative to this particular service are based on Spruce Grove, Stony Plain. If Parkland County chose to come into the mix, then certainly a proportionate share would be attributed back to Parkland County.
So they're not. Okay, so they're not. Okay, so in terms of, again, a regional service model trying to be consistent, we share the same pickup app for on-demand. So if council was not to approve this in the corporate plan, then is there a way of shutting off that on-demand ridership for Saturdays in our municipality? Or we still get it regardless if we approve it or not?
Your Worship, certainly the termination points or starting points would be eliminated for Spruce Grove for on-demand on Saturdays. So if we chose not to provide this service, then if you requested a bus in Spruce Grove to terminate in Stony Plain, your request would be denied. And same thing if on a Saturday morning, if I picked up my phone and requested a bus in Stony Plain to travel into Spruce Grove, my request would be declined.
Okay. Councilor Hansard first, and then I'll
I
continue.
would just like clarification, Your Worship. The Saturday service does what for our community? Does it bring Spruce Grove people to Stony to do business and return them to Spruce Grove? Does it only enable Stony Plain residents to go to Spruce Grove and do business and return them back home? Or does it perhaps enable Spruce Grove residents without a car to come and enjoy some of our festivals and activities that are going on, come to our markets that are held at the pavilion, go to our farmers market? Can you tell us some tangible ways that this Saturday service assists our community, our businesses, and our residents besides just a ride to Spruce Grove to do business and come home?
Oh, I think Councilor Hansard, you hit the nail on the head there earlier that it's reciprocal, so you can take a bus anywhere in Stony Plain on transit as in the other days, and then go anywhere in Stony Plain or in Spruce Grove, and vice versa coming back. The only issues that I have was in terms of Parkland County, where Parkland Village and also Atchison, there was stops in those locations as well within Parkland County, so if that Parkland County is not part of this, then they will not be able to generate rides from there. Okay, I'll go back to what I was thinking. This is something I'm struggling with. I believe that this additional service level is good for a community. I think there's benefits going forward. But my thought is it the cart before the horse before the cart? During our corporate plan, there was the motion that was passed by council. The motion was that administration provide a report to council by the end of Q2 2024, highlighting the recommendations from the 2018 Tri-Regional Transportation Study and Report and the options for the management of the service into the future. And number two, that the above report also include information on the potential to integrate the town's ATS services into the Tri-Regional Transit Program for alignment and efficiencies. So to me, that motion signifies that we want to look at it. And we're looking for that data-driven information from administration so that we can make that decision if it's warranted or not. This motion that's added there, the motion to make it consistent with what City of Spruce Grove has, I don't believe it touches on that. It's driven by data and conversation of a specific segment of our community. I think every member around this council table talks to different segments of the community. That's why we're 7 individuals around here. Some hear that we don't want transit service. It costs an arm and a leg. Let's get rid of it. I hear from those people. I also hear from people that, you know what, forget about going to Spruce Grove. I just want to get to Edmonton. Get me a rapid transit into Stony Plain, one stop in Spruce Grove, and then into Edmonton so I can do what I need to do. And then there's also that third segment where I hear people, yes, I want to get around in Stony Plain. So I think we've increased the service levels that we've had from a stationary route or routed transit in our community that didn't do very well. We adopted and we changed to an on-demand system, which has now grown and been well used. I think this corporate plan allowed us to add an extra 13 and a half hours during weekdays, probably the most needed increase in service level. I believe that if there was a need to increase service levels on the weekends, administration would have brought that back forward. Since they did not, I find it hard to support this because knowing that we do have a report coming back to council in Q2 of 2024 that allows us to look at the 2018 Tri-Regional Transit Study and how to best move those options forward to the service of all residents. So with that, I will support your motion of not having it included into the corporate plan. Councilor Loyens, you had your hand up. Good. Councilor Laurie?
Thank you, Your Worship, and I'm only asking to speak because you spoke to a motion that I made in the corporate plan in request to bringing the transit information back. And so just for some clarity on that, because maybe the motion isn't clear enough, what that motion is asking for is not the service level. The motion is asking for the management, because this is exactly why I made that motion. Because without a consistent source of management, without a consistent source of understanding, there then becomes that discrepancy amongst the municipalities of trying to determine what should we do, where should we do it, when should we do it, who's going to pay for how much of it, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So on that motion, it wasn't necessarily about let's dive into the service levels. I mean, those discussions are happening. We know those discussions are happening. Both administrations did come forward in both corporate plans and recommended an alignment of the 13.5 additional service hours during the weekdays. And now there's been a change to that, and our administration has come back, and their recommendation is to continue alignment with the addition of Saturday service from 8 a.m. to 10 p.m. So as we're hearing from our administration, they want alignment. They believe the best path forward is alignment. And again, that was what my motion spoke to in regards to the corporate plan, was looking at the Tri-Regional Transit Study and the way it recommended managing the service going forward to make sure that there was a consistency in service and an alignment in service.
Okay, thank you. Councilor Pletchko?
Yes, thank you. I always like to listen to you speak, and sometimes that means I have to be last to make a comment. So while I respect everything that you and Councilor Laurie have both talked about, I think one of the things I've heard this evening from administration is when they talk about alignment, it's just because Spruce Grove has decided that we need to be aligned with them. I do like the idea that we actually have a sit down and do what you talk about, Councilor Laurie. I think that's the most important part. And I don't believe for a minute we have to do what Spruce Grove does, just to do what Spruce Grove does. I think I heard from administration clearly that the 13.5 hours was the recommendation they brought forward. And we never seen this other portion until we heard from it from another councillor and from another municipality. So I wonder sometimes, while I listen to Councillor Hansard today talk about the importance for a community and bringing people back and forth. And I think that is something that we're going to have down the road. I don't know if it's right for us today. You know, I've always struggled with the aspect of the transit system, but I have listened very clearly to the individual that sat on that board and moved it forward. I was really excited when we were talking about a regional transit system, which would alleviate everything that we're talking about here in council today. So what it has left for us today is, because there is no regional transit conversation, it is back to having to look at what's best for our community. And in our corporate plan, 13.5 hours was what was best for our community. If our administration had thought that weekends, Saturdays was an important thing, I believe we would have heard some form of it at that point in time. So, you know, unless I hear something drastic, and normally I listen to Mayor Choi speak last, but I kind of took that away from him today, and I apologize for that. I don't do that too often, but I do apologize for that today because I think it was important that we heard what he had to say. So unless something changes drastically, I don't know that I could support this today in this form, but I do look forward to coming forward in this new year, and hopefully with the recommendations of a regional transit system in the Tri-region, if nothing else. So just my comment for this evening. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Pletchko. Any more comments, questions, and debate? Councilor Anderson, I'll let you close.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and, thank you to my colleagues. This is something that impacts our community, not just in the tax rate in our corporate plan, but in terms of the service levels that they receive. And certainly, I think there was a lot of thought put into the comments, both at our corporate planning meetings and in preparation for this evening. And then, as we sit here today, some of my sort of closing thoughts have been shared, and Councillor Palechko and Mayor Choi spoke to one. But, the question that I have is, are we making a decision based on Spruce Grove's council and a presentation that they received? And my argument is not that, there isn't an argument for this, or there isn't a rationale for this, but I think there is a mechanism in place. I appreciate, again, Councillor Lorry's leadership in bringing the management of our sub-regional group to light and bringing that forward and looking with a specific timeline in mind about when and how that can come back to council. I believe that administration will do that. I believe that that will come back, and I believe that we will have some good dialogue at that time. Mayor Choi mentioned the consistency, but the consistency between all three municipalities. There's a municipality at the table in terms of our sub-regional group that, as far as we are aware tonight, isn't at the table in terms of this discussion about extending those service hours. Finally, I think, transportation isn't where all our chips lie. And what I mean by that is the busing system is not the only means of transportation between our two municipalities. And our previous council, as well as our current council, both approved a trail system looking at active living between our two municipalities. Yes, I know that will affect different residents a little bit differently depending on where they live within the municipality, but from the east side of Stony Plain to the west side of Spruce Grove, once those trails are in place, is not a long way to go. And with the investment that's made into our trail systems and whatnot, I think there's lots of opportunity for that active transportation. In fact, my mother lives in Spruce Village, which is on the far other side of Spruce Grove. Not super active, but was so proud that she rode her bike to the A&W just off Veterans and had a root beer and then turned around and went back home. And so I think we've invested as a council in, active living and modes of transportation that extend beyond our busing system. And I think today it's important that we kind of defer to the process that's in place. We allow that commission sort of conversation to flush out, if that is a sub-regional commission or otherwise, and allow those recommendations to come back. I look forward to this conversation at strategic planning. I think it's going to come up there, and certainly again at corporate planning next year. For this evening, though, based on the dialogue around the table, just want to encourage council to consider if this is the time and if this is the mechanism and this is the place to move this forward.
Thank you, Councillor Anderson. So members of council, so the motion is that town council remove the added Saturday service from the recommended 2024 to 26 corporate plan. Clear? Okay. Call the question. All in favor? Opposed? Okay. That's carried 5-2. Okay, let's take a little quick recess, then we'll come back with 9.2. Okay, welcome back. We come back from recess and continue on with their agenda. We had the 9.1, we accept information, and then we had 9.1A, I guess, just to remove it from the corporate plan. Okay, in terms of maybe a question for administration. So, because around the table we talked about it being a tri-regional service and to be aligned, and then we have one partner that has decided to do that. Is there not, if the other partner decides to do that, is there an opportunity for us to talk about that later? Because right now we just know that one partner is in it, the other one was not.
Okay, Your Worship, I'll take a shot at that. So again, anytime we do things tri-regionally, certainly at the administrative level, we try our best to either, reach an alignment or if we aren't able to at least understand what isn't aligned or what isn't out of, or who is or who isn't, or what have you. Your Worship, I would say that the vast majority of times, again, we're able to do so in one way, shape, or manner. And it either comes into all council chambers in the same way, pretty clean, pretty understood. And from time to time, we don't, simply because, at the end of the day, each council has its right and ability to make changes as they see fit, and we remain separate entities in that way. In the instances such as, perhaps this particular aspect of tri or sub-regional transit, we communicate with our counterparts tomorrow, so to speak, and try to find that path forward. In this particular instance, if you're asking about Parkland County's involvement or lack thereof, or not, we will seek that out, find out what their intent, if any, is. Digest that information and just try to work a way to bring it back to council if need be, in a way that would be clean. So, Your Worship, I'm not sure if that entirely answered the question, but as long as there are 3 separate council chambers, there will be the one time out of 10 or 50 or whatever it may be where we have to go back and forth and just try to figure out the path forward together. We will do some of that administratively. If need be, they would come back into this chambers or the other chambers to tie it up or to bring it to the same.
Thank you, appreciate that. Then definitely, that's an opportunity to move forward if the other partners decide to do something different. I should ask that question earlier, but I forgot to ask. In terms of the on-demand transit increase of 13.5 hours for the weekdays, was Parkland County also committed to doing that? Because I forgot to ask that. We talked a lot about regional cooperation and tri-regional, but we always talked about Spruce Grove doing it and not Parkland County.
Your Worship, yes, they are.
Okay, thank you. All right, let's moving on with our agenda is 9.2 now, which is the corporate plan of 2024-26. So this is the accumulation of the work that council has done from November 6th, 7th, and 8th. And through all the motions that compiled and the conversation, this is what it boils down to. So the corporate plan will read as amended with the previous motion. Is that correct?
Your Worship, I would just ask our Manager of Finance can do a brief overview. We do have the motion prepared, and we'll get that up on the screen just as after the general overview is provided on the corporate plan itself. So.
Okay.
Thank you, Your Worship. Council passed several motions to adjust the corporate plan that were outlined in the RFD. The document has been updated with those adjustments and included in the agenda package before you today. Subsequent to the corporate plan meetings, there was a motion this evening to remove $57,000 from the expense side of the corporate plan. As a result, that would bring the tax rate down to 9.66%, comprised of 6.66% for operations and 3% for the community recreation center. We have amended the motion, and we'll pull that up on the screen shortly. And the amended motion, the only adjustment in the amended motion is in 1A to the expenses. We're taking $57,000 out, and so the amended motion states as on the screen at $45,331,635 in expenses, rather than the one that was within the RFD.
Okay, let me just think about that. If we remove it from the expenses, wouldn't you need to remove it from the revenue too? Because we raised taxes to cover that 55,000?
Thank you, through your worship, to all of councils. Two parts to that question. One part is the 57,000 was net revenue, so there was no transit revenue that was increased. I know that's not what you asked, but that's also a piece of it, so it's just out of the expenses. The second piece is that the operating revenue that is approved is based on the statement of operations. Just one moment, let me just pull that up. I just need a couple minutes to look that up, in your worship.
Okay, go ahead and let us know when you're ready. So members of council, any questions, comments regarding the corporate plan that was been changed to match the motions that we made from November 6th, 7th, and 8th? Councilor Lori, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. Yeah, I've had a good opportunity to review the corporate plan and go over a lot of the changes that were made. One of the key ones was I actually had time. There was a motion made on the last day of the corporate plan. And it was a motion that at the time that I supported. And as I've taken the time to actually review the information available to us and understand the different impacts that the corporate plan has, I actually have a significant challenge with that motion. And so I would refer to our Manager of Legislative Services, but I would like to actually bring the question back to the table to council, and I would like to have some further discussion on that. And I would actually be looking to make a motion to remove that item, and that item is 15.2. It's the Tax Levy Stabilization Reserve. I'd like to actually remove the $200,000 additional transfer to the tax levy stabilization as funded by the tax base.
Administration.
Through your worship, to Councillor Lori, so our procedure bylaw does provide the opportunity for councillors to reconsider a decision that was made at a previous meeting. The motion to reconsider must be made by a member who voted on the prevailing side. The motion to reconsider is debatable as to the reasons for reconsideration, but the motion is not amendable.
Okay. Thank you. So Councilor Lori, you would like to rebring that motion of 15.2 back to the floor?
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. So just for council's reference, it's on page 14 of our current agenda in the minutes from the corporate plan. And so it's 15.2, and actually it's the second 15.2, because 15.2 was the original motion, which the motion was then split. So it's the first 15.2, or sorry, the second 15.2 listed, but it's the first motion. And again, the motion reads, move that town council amend the 2024 to 26 corporate plan to transfer $200,000 in 2024 to the tax levy stabilization reserve to be funded by the tax base.
Okay, this goes to administration. You capture that? Any
Through your worship, to Councillor Lori, just to confirm, the motion to reconsider is a separate motion itself. Council has to agree to reconsider that motion. That's what you're voting on. If the motion to reconsider passes, then that original motion would be put back on the floor to be voted on.
Okay.
Excellent, thank you. Yep.
So you make the motion to?
Yes, I'll make a motion to reconsider the motion labeled 15.2 in the corporate plan.
Okay, so the motion to reconsider is debatable.
Yep. So I'll open if I can.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. So, as I absorbed the deliberations that went on in the corporate plan, and as I thought about a lot of the information that was presented, we did a lot of really hard work. and we made a lot of really difficult decisions. And this one was a tough decision for me when we went forward, and I voted on it at that time with the information that I had in front of me and the belief that I felt that what was being proposed at that time was the right time for that motion and the right time to accept that. Since that time, I've actually had a significant amount of time to reflect on that decision. And in reflecting on that decision, I've done a lot of review. And so the first thing that I reviewed was our financial statements as listed in our Q3 report. And so our Q3 financial services report was on page 24 of the Q3 report that council received. And it shows that we're actually in a very good financial position so far this year. We are trending at, it was 90% of revenue, which at that point in time was supposed to be, or what should standardly be around 75%. And from our expenses, we were actually sitting at 68%. And so at that time, in the Q3 report, we were trending high in revenue and low in expenses. Now, granted, obviously, at each course in the year, there are different items that come forward at different times. Revenue typically comes in earlier. Some expenses can come in later. There are quite a few adjustments to that. So with that, I then leaned on our history. And I went and I reviewed our spring adjustments and the agenda from March 13th of 2023. Because every year, once our financial statements are, once the year end is closed, we review our finances and we review where we sit and what our financial position is at that point in time. And we do have policies in place at that point in time as to what happens with any surplus or deficit. A major part of that review was actually our historical revenue, or our historical surplus deficit trends. And in that report, it gives us a 10-year trend from 2013 to 2022. In that time period, we only had 2 years that were actually deficit years, one of 309,000 and one of 853,000. The remaining 8 years were all surplus budgets at Spring Adjustments. They all had significant levels of surplus. The lowest level of surplus was 142,000. The highest level of surplus was $4 million of surplus. We also had 2 additional years that were over $1 million of surplus. At this time, if you take the average of those 10 years, our average surplus at Spring Adjustments is $780,638. So when I look at the motion that was put forward and as I reflected on it, to me, it didn't actually sit well that that decision was made at that time. While I understand that our reserves are incredibly important, and I did make motions myself on items to remove from reserve funding and fund out of different areas in order to maintain the integrity of our reserves, we made positive changes in our reserves before this motion. We have an opportunity at the year-end financial reports to determine our financial position. When we determine our financial position, we can see if we have ended up in a surplus or a deficit. And if we've ended up in a surplus, I think that this motion actually should not exist. This motion should not have moved forward. And so when we go with that, we have the opportunity as well at Spring Adjustments in where if we did not hit a surplus and we felt that our reserve balances were at a point that we needed to increase them, we could actually then add this in at the Spring Adjustments. So in summary, I fully support ensuring our reserves are at a very healthy balance. I fully support ensuring that we are putting money into reserves. But at this point in time, when we are already looking at significant tax increases to achieve many, many items in our corporate plan that are of utmost importance, to have an additional 1% in the budget at this point in time, I think is not the correct move. I think there is a time to consider that, and I think it is after we see our year-end financial position and understand where we sit then and how that will contribute to our reserve balances. Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you. So that's the reasoning that Councillor would like to bring it back. The floor is open up for debate. Councillor Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. At this point, I don't want to speak in terms of a debate, but I'm just looking for an understanding around the parameters of the motion to reconsider. Is it a simple majority, a 2/3 majority, a 3/4 majority? What is required to bring this back for discussion?
Go ahead, administration. It's not a simple majority, I believe. It's either 2/3 or 3/4 majority to bring it back.
Through your worship to Councillor Laurie.
Okay, Councilor Anderson?
Sorry, Councillor Anderson. The procedure bylaw with respect to the reconsideration is silent on the amount of votes to pass it, and so in absence of that, my interpretation would be a majority vote of council would be required to reconsider.
Thank you for that.
Okay, thank you. Any more questions for clarity and understanding? Okay, I have a question then to Councilor Laurie. So in light of what you've said, what was new since November 6th, 7th, 8th, now that was not available? Because I think all the information that you highlighted was readily available at that point in time.
Absolutely, Your Worship, it was, but because this was a motion from the floor to add it into the corporate plan, it wasn't an item that was pre-planned in the corporate plan agenda where we had the time to actually do the research. During the time that this was presented, I did not take away from the conversation that was being held at council to review this information. And so since that date, I have had the opportunity to look at all the information that was available. Had that motion have been made and then administration had come back to council with differing information, or had council have had time to overview other information that would have been pertinent to it, I believe that my decision would not have been to support this motion. In the moment that this was brought forward and in the discussion that was held at the council table there, I did believe, again, as I mentioned, that our reserves were incredibly important, and I do want to maintain the integrity of our reserves. But again, after taking that opportunity to review the information that was available, I believe that we have a better time to do so, and I don't believe that in the corporate plan at this time was right. I think we needed to review our financial position at the year end of 2023 and understand where that left our reserves, and then if we felt that we needed to make any changes to our reserves, it would be more appropriate to do that at spring adjustments.
Any more comments? Councillor Hansard.
Your Worship, I'm missing one piece of what I wanted to say. So I'm going to tell you what I'm missing, and I hope somebody can point me in that direction. When I reviewed this plan again, it's funny how you're totally absorbed into this process in preparation for our meetings earlier in November, and then you go through all that and you just walk away, and then the brain begins to work on things. So it doesn't surprise me that Councillor Laurie, or maybe others, have thought back over some of what we have in front of us this evening. This is the second process for approving our corporate plan. Final will be in the spring. And each time we get closer to that point, it's more sealed in cement. It's more cement today than it was November 6, 7, 8. But one of the things that made me reconsider was somewhere in the fiscal plan, I'm not sure who wrote it, but I thought, boy, this would have been great to have in that sense. Maybe it was there, and I didn't pay attention because of everything else. But the fiscal plan laid out 2 points that made me go, well, what were we hitting the panic button about? Regarding reserves, for instance. One of them was the increase in, it was something to do with the increase in projected monies that are left over. The word is not coming to me, sorry. The second is found on page 163, I believe it is, of 174. It's under the fiscal plan titled Property Tax and Permit Value. And there's one of these where it says, permit values are expected to remain comparable to 2023. However, construction activity is projected to accelerate 20 to 30% in 2024 based on the approved projects in 2023. And I'm going, oh dear. Well, that means there will be increased tax revenue from something that got built or improved that we didn't have before. And so when that increases, and you looked at the one other item that was significant in an increase, I thought, did we need to add as much to the reserves as we did? And so I'm leaning in the direction of supporting Councillor Laurie's motion because I think this year probably will deliver more to us in the way of construction activity, and we will see higher income from taxes, not just from this next year, but in subsequent years. And all of that lends itself to us being wise, being prudent, but maybe not operating in panic mode, if that's indeed what we were doing before. So I'm thinking that we don't necessarily have to hit the taxpayer with quite as high a tax increase, but we have another chance to make those adjustments, and that's in the spring.
Yeah, thank you for your comments, Councillor Hansard. Any more comments? Councillor Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Can administration, I just can't find it at the moment, just clarify for me, please. If this is brought back for reconsideration and removed from the corporate plan, how does that affect our tax rate for 2024?
Thank you, through your worship, to Councillor Anderson and all of council. As noted, with the removal of on-demand transit service increase, we reduced the tax rate to 9.66% tonight with the motions on the table that have been approved. Should council approve removing the $200,000 or 1% transfer to tax levy stabilization, that would further reduce the tax rate to 8.66%.
Thank you for that, and some comments, if I may. Not going to speak at length. I believe this is one that I may have spoke to a little too long previously. But Councillor Laurie, thank you for your reconsideration, but not just reconsideration, but your thoughtful reconsideration of this one. I'm always impressed by the level of information that you bring to us in terms of making sense of your thought process and what you're thinking, and so I do appreciate that. Councillor Hansard, I would leaning to being in favor of reconsideration here, but appreciate you bringing forward some of the statistics as well in terms of the outlook for our municipality. Every time since our corporate planning process, I looked at that 9.66-ish without the addition, bringing it up even higher. And it was something that I was struggling with. And I certainly appreciate that, there are times for those significant increases. There are times that we need to make sure that the infrastructure of our municipality is sound and our service levels are delivering what our residents want. But I certainly see a path forward, as has been explained already by my colleagues. And so, to borrow a line from Councillor Hansard, unless the wisdom of my colleagues on council convinces me otherwise, I would be in favor of reconsideration.
Okay. Any more comments and debate on the motion? Okay. I'll speak. I don't think I'll support the motion to reconsider. In the information that was provided, there's nothing new that came up that would change my the way I voted because I already did the research. I did the numbers, I looked at them. This, I believe this will open a can of worms that every member of council can then bring everything back from the corporate plan. We had the first day where we listened to administration, absorbed everything that we could, asked for information. Then we took a day and a half to debate motions going forward. Right? So what's to say that that somebody doesn't make a motion to bring back the motion to add 1% to the rec center? Let's bring it back, because that added a 1% tax increase. Right? What about the motion 15.3, where the motion was to reduce spending by 1%, $200,000? That would drop the tax rate by 1%. Right? So in terms of process, I have a hard time with this because we had the opportunity to debate it. You had the, right? So when you do that, then everything that we do as a council, then we're just second guessing ourselves each and every time. Right? That was the opportunity. Because if that's the reasoning to reduce it because there might be a surplus, well, we can say the same thing with the rec center. Let's pull that back, let's make it back 2%, and if there is a surplus, then throw 1% there. Right? Or if you want to reduce it more, let's pull back 15.3 and redebate that motion and pass that so we can reduce the tax rate by another 1%. I don't think that's the best role of council. We did our work. We did our budget deliberations. We looked at the corporate plan, and we massaged it to where we voted, and we passed it. Then to come to ratify it, we want to change it again because nothing has changed, because all the information that's provided for the reasoning why it should be changed was already available to all of us. We've all been presented with the same information of the Q3 reports, of the surpluses, year-end financials, the trending, the financial trends that staff tell us. So that was already considered during that debate. And to bring it back, to reduce it, then I'm saying in the future, it's going to open the floor for many, many other members of council to bring other motions back and forth because the same information is there, but I just want to debate it again. Councilor Pletchko.
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. I'll just add to that a little bit. Well, I think it's very commendable that Councilor Laurie has brought this forward. I do struggle with the fact that it opens the door for us to debate many things. When I read through the corporate plan again, I thought to myself on a few occasions, what should I come tonight with? What would I like to see done? Because I'd like a smaller tax rate. And I think we had a week of the corporate plan ahead of time. We all were able to do our own due diligence when it came to that aspect of it. You know, and we had an opportunity tonight with, you know, and we made that motion in council chambers for the ability to be able to talk about transit, which is what we did. Tonight we have a corporate plan that's in front of us, and there's a number of things that may come to light that we should have or shouldn't have done. But do we debate this for another 3 or 4 days? That we've already debated it once? I think that's one of the things that we have to really consider when we decide whether this is a good motion that puts forward or not a good motion. And I think it really boils down to we all had the same opportunities, and when we're asking our questions, I would encourage each one of us, when you go into the next corporate plan, read your corporate plan really well and come well prepared so that you can ask that question if something comes. And if there's something that comes off the floor from one of us and you're not quite comfortable with it, then either ask for more information or put forward a motion that would get you the information that you need. I think is really what we need to be talking about. So while I really think that it's good that it's allowable, I think it does open the door for the opportunity for each one of us to bring something to tonight to beat up a budget that we've already beat to death and agreed upon. So I would ask that, you know, listening to the rest of us here on council speak tonight, and if the wisdom of council tells you that you should vote with what you truly believe. I think that's what's important tonight, is that you vote with your heart and give it really some good consideration. That's just all I have to say.
Councillor Meyer, Deputy Mayor, go ahead.
So I think I'll be very careful in how I say this, but Mayor Choi, I agree with your sentiments exactly. I worry that this just muddies the waters. But Councillor Palechko, I share your concern. This is a very high tax rate. And so despite my own personal feelings on how this is being done, I do see this as an opportunity to give some relief to the taxpayer. And so when I judge what's more important, my own personal feelings on the matter or the taxpayer, I have to defer to the taxpayer. So despite my and Councillor or Mayor Choi's description of what this potentially does, I don't think I'm going to miss the opportunity to give some tax relief. Okay. And that might be a touch on the simple side, but it is what it is.
Thank you. Any more comments? Councillor Anderson.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Choi, for allowing me a second opportunity here. And there is a piece that Councillor Laurie mentioned that I would like to echo in terms of a sentiment, and that as a new councillor, and I haven't played that card in Chambers for a while, but we're still just at the start of year 3. There are a lot of things about our municipality that I'm still learning, and I'm still learning processes and procedures. I'm learning how specific items in the budget affect other things in the budget. And there are times at corporate planning, even having gone through it a couple of times, when motions are brought from the floor, they are not in the corporate plan. Those can come from anywhere. They can be related to anything. They can be connected to any department. In our municipality, only 1 of 7 council roles could be considered semi-full-time. The rest of us are in effect, part-time councillors, trying to do the best we can while we manage our other responsibilities. And, you know, there are often times that things come from the floor where I go back after, I'm going, if I would have found that piece of information, or if I would have had a little more time to dig into that one, that I feel I could have provided better commentary to the discussion. And so as much as I appreciate that maybe there's not anything specifically new that's been brought to the table, I think the level of detail that's been provided to us this evening, I think the historical information that's there, I think the financial outlook is there. You know, when I think of council, if this is my only term, if I'm a second or third, whatever, fourth term councillor, I would love our municipality to look at me and say that I led with humility. And what I mean by that is being able to recognize when I made a mistake and owning that mistake and using the mechanisms available to me to make something not necessarily right, because it is the will of council, but right based on the values that I hold and what I'm hearing from the municipality. And so though I appreciate the commentary around, does this open it up? Well, it could, but it also takes a majority of council to bring it back. And so any one of us at any time can bring that forward, but it still takes that majority to move it forward and to bring that discussion back to the table. And so, Councillor Laurie, in this motion that you've brought, I certainly see humility there, and I appreciate that recognition, and I appreciate the opportunity that you've given us as a council to come back to the table. I think if the corporate plan was meant to be one and done after the corporate planning process, we wouldn't come back today, and we wouldn't come back in the spring. There are reasons that those mechanisms are in place to allow us to review, reconsider, discuss, and debate to make sure that we are making the best decisions that we can to move our community forward. And so, Councillor Laurie, thank you for bringing this forward, and I hope we have the opportunity this evening to reconsider.
Okay. Anybody else? Councillor Laurie, go ahead.
Excellent. Thank you, Your Worship, and thank you, Councillor Anderson. You took a lot of words out of my mouth. No, I do appreciate it, and, you know, just in recognition, I mean, there may not be anything new, but exactly as was stated, you know, in that process, in that time, when those motions come forward, sometimes you don't have the ability to get all of the information in front of you in those 20, 30, 40 minutes of debate. And so it certainly is with a great deal of consideration that this is brought forward, that I bring this forward, because it's not something that I would like to, you know, start a trend on or anything like that. The comment about bringing everything back, I mean, I don't believe that that would ever be the intent of our council, would be to bring every motion back and reopen everything. And regardless, it actually requires somebody, as we heard, from the prevailing side of that motion to bring it back to the table. It's not just any councillor that can bring it back. It has to be somebody from the prevailing side to bring that back. And so I certainly don't bring this back without anything but deep thought and consideration and reflection, and after a thorough review of the information that was available to us, and that I wish at that time that motion had been tabled and we'd had time to do a deep and thorough review of it, and maybe had administration present to us. But in the moment when that motion was put on the table and when we discussed it, I agreed with the premise that our reserves were important. But without reviewing the information that existed, without having that opportunity to take that dive into it and really understand it, it wasn't the right time. It simply wasn't the right time. And as Councillor Anderson stated, we have processes. Those processes are due process and they're a fair process. We have opportunities during the corporate planning meetings to discuss, debate. We have opportunities when it comes back to us for approval tonight. We have opportunities in the spring. And it's a reflection on that process as to why I felt that this was important to bring back tonight. Because in that process, because this was not something that was in the plan, because we are faced with the difficult budget that we are faced with, I wanted us to consider this motion at the right time. And in my opinion, the right time for this motion would be spring adjustments after we understand how the 2023 fiscal year end has shaped up, and we determine what the health of our reserves are at that time, and if we need to then add additional money. Without knowing what the fiscal year end of 2023 looks like, and after reviewing the Q3 report and looking at where our trends are today, I don't believe this was the right decision. And I will clearly say that. I don't believe I made the right decision on this motion when it was put forward. Because after reviewing everything that was available, I feel that the right time is after we have all of the information. This is not something that is intended to set a trend going into the future, but the reality is this process has always existed. This is in our procedural bylaw, and it's in there for a reason. And if any of council don't agree with this, then let's open the procedural bylaw and let's have that discussion. We're far from the only council who has ever reconsidered anything that's been decided. And I think it shows great due diligence to our residents, it shows great consideration to our residents, and it shows that we are doing the right thing by making sure and having those checkpoints and understanding everything that's in front of us. So, I appreciate the comments. I completely respect all the comments, both for and against this. I will encourage council to support this motion because I believe that it is an important discussion to have.
Okay, thank you. And definitely a great debate and conversation on that motion. Okay, so I'll call the question. All in favor? Opposed? Okay, that is carried. Okay, can the administration put that motion on the floor, please? Okay, so the motion on the floor is that town council amend the 2024-26 corporate plan to transfer $200,000 in 2024 to the tax stabilization reserve to be funded by the tax base. Okay, debate?
Your worship, just in respect to the motion, I don't think it's worded correctly. It says amend the recommended plan to transfer $200,000. I think it should be to remove the transfer of $200,000.
Through your worship to Councillor Laurie. So what happens with the reconsideration is the original motion on the floor gets put back on to be voted on.
Gotcha. Excellent. Okay, no, appreciate that. Thank you very much for that understanding.
Okay, thank you very much. Go ahead, Deputy Mayor.
Just a question in regards to, because it was a split motion, that wouldn't bring up the second half of that. Okay.
Okay. No, so again, based on the fact that then one of the members of the prevailing side would have to ask to bring it forward. So that would be, who's on that one? Councillor somebody? Yeah. Yeah, so Councillor Anderson, Laurie, or Councillor Fletchko would have to bring that back to reduce the rates again. Okay, debate on the motion. Go ahead, Councillor Laurie.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'll just keep this very short. I think I expressed in the motion for reconsideration all of my views on this, why I feel the way I feel, the information that's relevant to it. So the only thing that I'd just like to say here is that by removing this today, by reconsidering this motion today, it's not taking this off the table completely. The intention behind this is not to remove this as a topic of discussion and a topic of consideration. It's to move the time for that conversation. And again, I believe the right time for this conversation will be spring adjustments, when we have the opportunity to understand how the 2023 fiscal year end shaped up. And by that point in time, we may actually even understand whether we have certain grants in place and whether certain other projects are moving forward. We'll know the health of our reserves after the fiscal year end and after everything else from the plan has been implemented. So to me, it's not a matter of whether this is or isn't a good decision, it's a matter of the timing of the decision. And I just feel that this is a little cart before the horse, as we heard earlier today, and that this decision can still be made at the appropriate time if it is so required.
Okay, any other questions, comments, and debate on the motion? Councillor Anderson?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Again, short and sweet, but this is one I know I had opposed originally, and based on my comments previously in terms of the reconsideration, will continue to be opposed to adding the $200,000 to our tax levy stabilization reserve.
Okay. Councillor Fletchko?
Yes, thank you. I as well spoke against it in the past. So just for clarity, so everybody understands, this is the same motion that we had previous, just come forward again is all it is. So review where you were before. If you have more questions regarding where it is, consider that as well at this point in time.
Okay, any more comments and debate? Okay, I will speak in favor of the motion. I do believe reviewing that through our financial plans and through our reserves are low, and our tax stabilization reserve is low. We are depleting it each and every year. We've heard the outlined when we asked the question to administration that if we continue on our corporate planning from 24, 25, and 26, the tax stabilization would be close to zero. Right? That is why I made the motion to add that in there, just to make sure we build that up. And yeah, it could be today, it could be tomorrow. I don't know. This is similar that we had a previous conversation, the last corporate plan of do you build your reserve hoping that there's a surplus at the end of the year? Or do we actually make that kind of motion going forward, deliberate motion to build that reserve up? If I recall, it was the last corporate plan, we added quite a few dollars to the snow removal. Because the idea was that we funded it less, hoping and praying that it wouldn't snow enough so that we can have some money for next year. That doesn't make sense. The same argument could be made there. We just, hopefully there's a surplus, then we can throw money in there. I don't think that's proper financial planning for a community. We need to have the reserves to stabilize the one-off costs, the extra costs that we don't see. So I know that the corporate tax rate is high. We had that conversation, and then we debated it, and we voted on it. And I think some of the comments made by Councilor Lori is valid, and I would actually agree with that. But I'm also on the process that we had the opportunity to do this already, to debate it. And then to bring it forward again, I would still support it because I think the tax stabilization is low, and we need to build it up for a community going forward into the future. Councilor Lori?
Thank you, Your Worship. Again, I don't contest your points in respect to our reserve health. I think that is of utmost importance. Appreciating the fact that we did address some of our tax levy stabilization reserve usage in this corporate plan. And we weren't debating 2025 and 2026. And so the way that 2025 and 2026 are laid out with the use of those reserves, there will come a time to debate whether we do or we don't use the tax levy stabilization at that point in time. Yeah, I would agree. The way that it was originally laid out, I think we were very clear that that was not the way that we did want to see it move forward. I think we took some very positive steps in the corporate plan already by removing the RCMP funding from the tax levy stabilization, bringing that back in. If I remember right, there was one or two others, and then there was one we actually took out for the Pioneer Museum. Instead of adding the Pioneer Museum into our tax base, we took it from the reserve, the $75,000 one-time expense, which is exactly what the reserves are meant for. So again, I appreciate the premise behind the motion, but as we review it and as we look at everything, I think if we're going to look at a plan to increase our reserves, I think that's a good discussion for us to have, and a more fulsome discussion as to how we implement that, how we do that, what type of a policy we put in place in order to make sure that our reserves stay healthy. I think the one-time injection, when needed, is not a bad idea. Again, I just don't think that this is the time for that decision when it's needed. I think we'll have a good opportunity to determine whether that is or isn't needed at spring adjustments.
Thank you. Any more comments, debate? Okay, call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Okay, and that is defeated. So that will adjust the corporate plan by 1%. Right. Before we go on, does any other members of council want to bring anything else back from the corporate plan meetings? Just sleep because I don't want to move down. No? Okay, so now we're going to move on back to 9.2 then, the corporate plan. So administration, so there was two motions there that have affected the corporate plan. One was the removal of the Saturday transit on demand, and then now the removal of the $200,000 to the tax stabilization reserve.
Your Worship, just a quick comment. So I know during that portion of the evening, the debate just now, I believe our manager of finance was working on some of the numbers. So I believe we're probably good on that side. And over on my left here on the Ledge Services side, we're just working on the motion changes and whatnot too. So might want to just bear with us for a minute or two, but I think our manager of finance is going to speak to it.
All right, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. If I could just bring council's attention to agenda item or agenda page number 136. This is our statement of operations. I'll just review based on the motions that have occurred today. At the very bottom of the statement of operations, it was showing a deficit of 1,989,699. Based on the two motions that were put forth this evening, that will be reduced by $257,000, resulting in a tax increase of 8.66%. So the motion will go up on the screen very shortly here. That means that we have to take the total revenue of $48.9 million and add that new $1.7 million to it, which comes to a total operating revenue of $50,718,116, and the expense side is still reduced by the $57,000, which is $45,331,635. In addition, the motion 1C has been revised in regards to the transfers to reserves by $200,000, so it now reads 4,523,728.
And Your Worship, if I may add a little bit of that too. So as Council's well aware, there's been some number of changes, and I know that we've done our level best to accommodate those changes as we sit here and as they are in front of you on that screen. But I will also offer an assurance that I know the staff will be double checking, number crunching, moving through it tomorrow morning. I'm sure they will be verifying, because again, some changes we were anticipating, some we weren't. And should any number change from what is in that motion, you will most certainly be made aware on December 11th.
Okay, thank you. So let me just, for clarification, on number one under expenses, the $45 million is a direct correlation of subtracting $57,000 from that. Is that correct?
I'm sorry, Your Worship, if you could just repeat that.
So on the first part of the motion where it says expenses of $45,331,635. So that's just taking what we have here on page 36 that you referenced to, and then subtracting the $57,000 that we took out.
That is correct, Your Worship.
Okay, so then on the revenue side, I see revenue here at $48,985,417. So if we add $200,000 to that, how do I don't get the number that you just projected there.
Thank you, Your Worship. So if you look at page 136, which is the statement of operations, the piece that was missing there was the increase in tax revenue of the 1.9, which is now 1.732. So it's the 48 million at the that you reference is just the total revenue. And then we add the new tax revenue that was previously 1,989,699, which is now 1,732,699, a reduction of 257,000.
Okay.
So, sorry, Your Worship. I understand what you're saying now. It's very late in the evening.
Yes.
You're correct. That should only go down by 57,000. So that I will just crunch that number. So it has to go back up by 200,000. So it should read on the screen 50,918,000. 116. So the adjustment for the 200,000 was in 1C, which was the transfers to reserves, which is not included in the revenue number. Thank you for that catch.
Okay, thank you. Okay, now that number makes sense to me. Thank you. Okay, so members council, we've had the corporate plan that we've looked at and made motions to. We brought it back, made a couple of adjustments to it. That is the motion that it will be going forward. Okay, are those numbers correct? Yep. Okay. Who's next on the line? Holy cow. I have so many people that have made motions. Councillor Hansard, go ahead, your turn.
You want me to read that? Is this another test? Your Worship, I move that Town Council approves, 1, the 2024-2026 corporate plan, including A, total operating revenue of $50,918,116, and expenses of $45,331,635, and unfunded amortization in the amount of $7,763,077 for 2024. But that's not all. B, the capital budget of $28,174,882, including $6,500,000 in contributed tangible capital assets for 2024. C, transfers to reserves of $4,523,728 and transfers from reserves of $5,157,633. And D, accept in principle the items identified within the plan for 2025 and 2026. I think that was without a hiccup.
That's excellent. Thank you very much, Councillor Hansard. I knew of all the councillors, you were the one that was able to do it properly without tripping over your numbers quite a bit. Okay, members of council, you had the opportunity to review the corporate plan. We've had a couple of conversations around that. Any debate on the motion that is on the floor? Okay, seeing none, we had lots of debate. So on behalf of council and our residents, thank you very much for administration for bringing this forward and participating with us and providing the numbers and the information that we needed over the last few days to get to where we are. I think throughout the whole corporate plan, and even mentioned here tonight, is that this is a plan that gets our committee moving forward. And I think it is going to do that with the service level increases to our public works. Also having new public works coming into our community, that's going to be awesome. The ability to look at a recreational center for a community that's getting close to 20,000 and looking over that benchmark. And then also the service level increases in our own municipality, in town office and at public works. As we know that as our community continues to grow, that demand on their work and the time also continues to grow. Addressing some of those issues will allow us to provide the services necessary to residents in a timely manner. So again, I have to echo a great job to members of council and to administrative staff. Look forward to seeing this unroll over the next year. With that, I'll call the question. All in favor? That is carried. Moving on to second reading, right? Oh, no second reading. Oh, we're good. Oh. All right, moving on to number 10, which is council discussion. So this is the time that we allow members of council to update the rest of council on items that may be pressing in our community or some updates of what's happening in your committees and boards and commissions, or just a general comment of what you see that's happening in the community and what the next events might be. Councilor Lowry, we'll start with you.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'll just start with echoing your sentiments to our administration. I want to just give administration a huge commendation of all the work that they do for us, particularly through this time of year. We know it can probably get pretty taxing, pretty stressful and that, but appreciate all the work you do on behalf of our residents and bringing forward all the information for council to consider and dealing with some of the curveballs that we throw at you from time to time. So greatly appreciate and respect you for that. Also, just wanted to commemorate the day of the grand opening of our Westview School here in the town of Stony Plain. It was a fantastic ceremony this morning. It's great to see a couple of the ministers out in the community here, and I know you got a great plug in with them on the Francophone School Division as well, so good job on that. Definitely always advocating for our community, so thank you very much for that. And then just a reminder to our residents that with this wonderful weather, it may not feel like Christmas, but we do have our annual town light up on Friday. And if the indication from next door is anything with the beautiful weather we have, I would expect it to be very, very, very busy. So maybe if we can send a quick message out to all of our great community groups that support this event in regards to the quantities of things like hot dogs and hot chocolates and that kind of thing that they may want to have on hand, I would guess with the weather that they might want to bump that up a little bit just to make sure we don't run out within the first few minutes. But very much looking forward to that event. It's always one of the highlights of the year for us. That's all I have this evening. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councilor Lowry. Councilor Plechko.
Thank you, Your Worship. Again, I'll start off with administration. I think you do a phenomenal job with everything that we get presented. It gives us lots of opportunity to see what's needed in the community, and I always know and appreciate that you give it full consideration before we get to see it here in council. Even though at times we wish we see more, we do respect the fact that you have put a lot of time and effort into what it is here. Secondly, I want to thank our council. You do a phenomenal job at asking a lot of questions and debating what is best for our residents. It's never easy as we sit up here in council to to make those decisions, because sometimes they're hard decisions. And when you look at the tax increase, it affects not only our residents, but it affects each and every one of us sitting at this table in a different way. So we know, or I know, that when you're asking the questions you're asking, it's not always about that, it's about what's best for our community, and I think that's what's important. I'm excited to see what's happening in the community. We've got lots of events coming up over the next little bit. But let's talk about Range Road 12. I would be remiss if I didn't bring up Range Road 12. And I'm just wondering, as we move into the new year, if we could look at Range Road 12 for some binding material on that gravel. If you look at the gravel, the way it separates on the road, I suspect when we got it the last time, there was an issue with the gravel that somebody over-missed. Because when it gets graded, it takes a day for it to go back into the shoulders of the road, and that's not traditional of our gravel in our local area, which will also help you to maintain the road level, that it's not a washboard the whole time. So if we could just consider that, I would appreciate that coming down to the new year. And maybe I would have less to ask of Range Road 12.
Range Road 12, isn't that Plechko Way? Councilor Hansard.
Your worship, they are going to name that road Plechko Way. That may be the reason he gets reelected to council next time out there. Rosenthal sitting on his doorstep and thanking him. Your worship, I'd like to just bring up what a pleasure it was to attend the Long Service Awards. I almost pulled my silly trick wondering, why was Chief Mistel there in his full dress uniform with all the medals and he never got called up front for an award? I almost did that again to our CAO because I was giving Jen Penner the year before a bit of a runaround. Why didn't they call your name? I'm not afraid to go up there and tell him he forgot you. But fortunately, I didn't have to do that. It was wonderful to see so many people with their long service awards. It says a lot about people who want to be at the town of Stony Plain and actually make a career here. So it was great, and I appreciate that that evening was fabulous, fabulously set up. The table arrangements in all my years on council, I have to say, were the most beautiful I've ever seen them. All live plants, not flowers. People could go home and enjoy them through the holiday season and beyond, and then plant them in the spring. Such a beautiful, beautiful event, and everything draped in black. And I always think back when that building was being built and the hands-on care that our general manager, Carl Hill, played in that, because I think he lived and breathed Heritage Center. And it's served us so well and will for many years to come. I also want to thank administration. We put you guys through the ringer, and hopefully when we walk out of here, you can put it behind you, just like we have to put things behind ourselves so that we can go and have a cup of coffee or share something to eat with each other and still enjoy each other's company, because we don't always agree. And just thanks to everybody for all of that. And Westview School was fabulous. I couldn't get over the greeting groups of kids that met each and every one of us. That was a well-rehearsed machine. And I understand from Mayor Choi, I believe that school will be a prototype that they can use throughout the region and beyond, because it's got so many wonderful features. Where classrooms, the one that I'm most impressed with, classrooms that would normally be completely inside of a building with no natural light coming through any windows, have now had that corrected, because one whole wall of a classroom is glass sliding doors, heavy glass sliding doors that allows the light from the classroom on the outside of the building to shine right through. And then they double protected that natural light by opening up the other inside wall so that natural light from out in the huge tall ceilings and the big windows could come in there. What a difference that makes for the children who have to go to school 7 and 8 hours a day there. So it was a joy to be there and see such a nice crowd and all the important people who showed up.
Thank you, Councillor Hanser. Councillor Anderson?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Going to echo the sentiments that have already been shared, but town administration is truly the glue that holds our municipality together. And as cheesy as that sounds, I mean it. You know, we sit up here and, you know, try to make decisions in terms of how we can best move our municipality forward, and then you get to action all of those things in a way that's so real and so tangible for our residents. And, you know, we hear every day from residents, and sometimes there are things that, and maybe more often than not, things that, you know, they wish or want or desire or want to see improved. But we also hear the successes and the gratitude of our residents for the work that you do in leading your teams that provide frontline service to the people that call Stony Plain home. And so with all the gratitude in my heart, want to say thank you for all that you do. And I know from our team here, we truly mean that. So thank you for that. Couple of quick things. We gathered on the 16th of November. We haven't been in council since then, but that was the kickoff of Mad Parkland's Red Ribbon campaign. And campaign that targets the holiday season, as it's typically the busiest time on our social calendars, and just that reminder to drive safe by driving sober. So many options, so many other options, but we just encourage residents in our municipality to make a plan if you're choosing to indulge over the holiday season. Second, I have the privilege of getting a weekly update from one of our service organizations around this time of year, and that's the Kinsmen. And had the privilege of talking to them today about their hamper program. And one of the things they shared, and this was a new realization for me, having been involved with them for many, many years, I didn't actually make the connection that December 1st is actually when the start of their food bank hampers and the work that they do to upsize their food bank hampers starts. And so if we're not familiar with that, the Kinsmen works with organizations and residents in the community to raise money to provide a little bit extra in the food bank hampers over the holiday season, which can allow for, you know, a special holiday meal and some treats and those sorts of things. And those packages start to go out on Monday. So, you know, they asked that we just kind of share the message that they're actively collecting. I think $50 provides a gift card for youth. $100 provides a family's food hamper in the upsize there. And they are collecting unwrapped gifts at 80 different locations around the municipality, which I think is a tremendous initiative and speaks to our business community as well. And so tomorrow being the day after Cyber Monday, I think has colloquially become known as Giving Tuesday. And so if you so desire and if you're financially able, please donate to our good friends over at the Kinsmen to make Christmas a special time for all residents in our municipality. That's it.
Thank you, Councillor Anderson. Councillor Loynes?
Thank you, Your Worship. I just wanted to say that on Saturday, SML Academy or St. Matthew's Academy, your preference on what you call it, is actually having their annual bake sale and craft sale going on from 10 a.m. to 3 p.m. They will have Santa there for photos, and it's always great to support our local vendors. And that is all for me.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. So, like the rest of my fellow councillors, I'd like to thank administration for their hard work on corporate plan. We'll just say thank you very much. Appreciate that, guys. Good job. And good job to my fellow councillors as well. We got her done. Yes, Councillor Hansard, the long service awards were quite a treat, and appreciate getting invited to that. And of course, the Westview School, that was one of the first things from my first term, well, one of the earliest things that we had a hand in on there, so it was fun to see it all come to fruition there. And I even want to echo Councillor Pletchko's way, except flip it on its head a little bit. We have it is very dry, and I believe that is how the outlook for the winter is going to be. And I just want to hearken back to dust control. With this sort of weather that we're seeing, I imagine it's only going to be dustier sooner come the spring, and maybe we could preempt that. But that's just a suggestion. Other than that, I think that's it.
Thank you very much. And I'm here just getting some feedback from Councillor Hansard. So she made this great story about Chief Mistel, but didn't signify what award he won. So
My brain's tired.
would you like to go ahead and speak it?
Oh, I thought you were going to say.
Go ahead.
Chief Mistel was given the Matthew Kloss Award, which is a very coveted award given to an outstanding employee. And that comes from Matthew Kloss, who worked in our planning and infrastructure department. And he had a dream to build a town, and boy did he, for the years that he worked with us. And this award was set up when Matthew died of cancer, and it's a real honor to give it to someone. This year's recipient was Fire Chief Trevor Mistel.
Thank you, Councillor Hansard. And thank you, members of council. Again, I think we've all said that. We'll just echo those accolades, and congratulations to staff. You guys did an amazing job bringing the corporate plan to us, and we appreciate that you've been part of the ride and journey with us and listening to what council has been saying. I look forward to our strategic plan in January, where we again take a step back and look at the larger picture of what our community looks like from the 30,000 feet level. The next 5, 10, 15, 20 years, that'll set the goal marks and goalposts for us as a community going forward. So thank you for your work. Just a couple updates. The first thing is, I think Councillor Anderson mentioned about the red ribbon, the Mad Red Ribbon that we kind of participated in November 16th. The Stony Plain Fire Department was not able to attend, so on December 4th, when we have G&P, that'll be the first thing that we do is we'll do the red ribbon on our fire trucks in the community. Another thing is, again, I want to thank our staff for and sponsors for the work that they will be doing for December 1st, our Christmas light up. As history repeats itself, even on the coldest days, we have 3,000 to 4,000 people coming for light up. So if that stays true, and this Friday is going to be only -3 or 4, we're going to have a packed downtown. So hopefully you're not too claustrophobic of people touching you, because there's going to be tons of people that are going to be around. So just mind your little space, and we should be fine. Again, just thank all the sponsors and staff that are putting that on. And also December 3rd is in the Tri-Community, we're going to be celebrating the International Day for Persons with Disabilities. I think that's, again, to recognize that everyone in our communities belongs. It doesn't matter your socioeconomic being, your mobility, your status, your color of your skin, you belong in our community. And then on the 3rd, we'll be celebrating the International Day of Persons with Disabilities. So hopefully, if you're able, come out 1 to 4 at the Westland Market Mall. Okay, with that brings us to 10 o'clock, so we don't have to have a motion to extend past that. So well done, ladies and gentlemen. We are adjourning the meeting. Thank you.